Okay, let me know. Okay. One second, I am not live. Don't want help. Okay, well, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order. And we've got a long day ahead of us. I don't think we need a roll call. Can you just look at and see who's here? Do we have anybody online? Has he got better internet today? Let's hope.
Let's hope.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's begin with the property tax topic, which is the subject of our morning. And we, Mr. Co-Chairman and I, with the members of, most of the members of this committee were part of a working group that met 2 times in the process. And I'd like to open up by kind of reviewing what we did in the working group and where we came. And I'd like to ask Mr. Anderson to do that for us. So everybody with their patience, we'll see what we've done so far.
Maybe.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO. Also have Dean Tempty from LSO who helped do some of this work. So as you noted, the working group met 2 times since our last meeting in April. And at the first meeting, it was kind of a general discussion of some potential options for some type of property tax relief. The request out of that meeting was to kind of prepare a what we call a matrix of options. So we listed out all of those options that had been discussed in some manner, and then we Dean prepared a fiscal impact that would be associated with any of those options. And I also noted if there was any type of potential constitutional issues if those were to be enacted. I don't know if you want to go through any of that now, or I guess I'll just note at the end of the last meeting, which was September 1st, so about 2 weeks ago now, the working group kind of came up with 6 ideas that they wanted to kind of pursue further, starting at this meeting. I'll just run through those real quickly. The first one, there's currently an existing property tax refund program, and the working group wanted to look at amending that to potentially make more people be eligible for that program. There's the idea of a constitutional amendment to make residential property its own class under Article 15, Section 11. Currently, there's 3 classes of property there: minerals, industrial, and all other. This would split residential out into its own property class. The third option discussed by the working group was doing a study at looking at acquisition value, using acquisition value to value property for purposes of property taxes. And there's some materials that we'll go through later today around that. The fourth idea was a homestead exemption. And we have a potential bill of that was included in your packet. The fifth idea was looking at making monthly payments a possibility for payment of property taxes, just at the option of the taxpayer. No materials related to that currently in your packet, but that can be a discussion item for today. And then the sixth and final one was and this was something we had looked at last year, was making statements of consideration publicly disclosed so that other taxpayers would have that information.
So excuse me, Josh, but you had acquisition value study was number 3. What was number 4?
4 was the homestead exemption.
Homestead exemption, thank you. Then 5 was the monthly payments,
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
and 6 was the statements of consideration.
Yeah, and so those were the 6 things that the working group had determined to focus on at the end of our last meeting.
Everybody in the working group, that's kind of the way we remember it. I appreciate the good work that everybody did and the participation of others too. Josh, if you wouldn't mind going over the matrix just at a very high level and explain how we came at, kind of divided all the options up into 3 different possibilities and what those were. And if that's acceptable, I appreciate it.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. So kind of how we did it, and I guess you can find this matrix online, and then there's a few copies here as well. And it'll note a couple of caveats. I guess Article 15, Section 11 of our Constitution is unique to Wyoming. I can't find another state that has anything kind of in that same type of structure. And so when we went through, and there's not a lot of cases out of Wyoming that we can use. So a lot of this is just based off of the kind of letter of what the Constitution says. And so as such, it was kind of, I guess, conservative in how we rated these things. And we looked at the different options and we kind of rated them into 3 categories of those where there's little to no argument that it would violate the Constitution, those where there's a possible argument that it would violate the Constitution, and those where there might be a strong argument that it would violate the Constitution. And many of those ideas were also have been discussed previously as a constitutional amendment, which would of course avoid any constitutional concerns.
Do you think it would be possible just to state the list of things, starting with the little to no argument of violation, just the issues we went through, just so people understand?
Sure. So some of the items that were discussed, just run through real quick. And Dean, you can jump in if you want to note anything in particular. Dean did provide fiscal impacts for all of these.
And Dean, you guys can just tag team it. Go right ahead.
So first one real quickly, Mr. Chairman, is to decrease the number of, and these all start in the area of those with little to no argument of violating the Constitution. So the first one is just decreasing the number of mills that would be assessed.
And the fiscal estimate for that was $22.7 million.
Hold that closer, Dean.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal estimate of reducing by 1 mill is $22.7 million, and that's based on the current January 2022 Craig forecast.
Okay, keep going.
All right, next one, Mr. Chairman, would be reducing the 9.5% assessment ratio.
And Mr. Chairman, the estimate for that, I calculated an estimate of reducing it from 9.5% to 9%. And the estimate for that was $37.2 million in total per year. And that's just by reducing it by 0.5%. There's been discussion of reducing it by more than that. So if you reduce it by more than 0.5%, then you got to multiply this 37.2 times appropriately.
Next one, Mr. Chairman, was implementing or amending the elderly and disabled program, just with a note that that's not necessarily specifically targeted to property taxes, but to all taxes.
And Mr. Chairman, the Department of Health provided an estimate to restart that program at $3.8 million per year in claims and some additional administrative and startup costs.
Next one, Mr. Chairman, was to look at amending the existing veterans exemption to make that allow more people to qualify for that program.
And Mr. Chairman, the idea there was the current veterans exemption is just for combat veterans. If that was expanded to all veterans, it would cost an additional $2.4 million per year, assuming 100% utilization. I don't think that program is 100% utilized. However, property tax relief utilization is kind of a moving target these days. So it's been around 80%. That percent could be going up. So
Next one, Mr. Chairman, was to amend the property tax deferral program in some manner.
And Mr. Chairman, the estimate for that really cannot be determined. However, based on conversations with the Department of Revenue, the utilization of that program is extremely low currently.
Next one, Mr. Chairman, was to amend the property tax refund program. That was one that was requested to get more additional information, so that will be under discussion today.
And Mr. Chairman, the current property tax refund program is one of the qualifications is an income limit of 3/4 of the county or state median household income. A potential amendment to that program would be to increase that income limit perhaps to 100% of the median household income. We came up with an estimate of if the income limit was increased from 3/4 to 100% of the median income, we estimated the additional refunds would be at least $900,000 per year. I would say this, though, also, this is also an estimate which is very much a moving target because of dramatically increased utilization of this program.
Thank you.
The next two in the list, Mr. Chairman, are to either implement and amend the prior homeowner's tax credit or to implement that as a homestead exemption. And again, that's one that the working group asked to move forward with, and we'll look at that here later this morning.
And Mr. Chairman, the estimate for this program was just estimated assuming an exemption or of $50,000 in market value. If you assume $50,000 in market value at the 9.5% assessment rate and assuming 72 mills, and based on the owner-occupied homes under Census Bureau estimates, that estimate would be roughly $56.6 million per year.
And Mr. Chairman, I would note that starting with that last one, we changed category from little argument of violation to a possible argument of violation.
Right. Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is the difference between 7 and 8 besides the name?
That's it.
That's pretty much it, Mr. Chairman. A credit and an exemption are structured slightly differently. It can end up getting to the same place. The Wyoming Constitution gives the legislature specific authority to provide for exemptions. So my suggestion was to structure it as an exemption rather than as a credit. But essentially, it's just a slight change in form, but functionally the same.
Trying to avoid a court challenge by having a credit, so. Keep going, Josh.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to make one comment.
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, should we think about changing the name of it? Because homestead exemption appears to suggest that there's a certain qualification for it, right? And that's why I actually leaned a little more towards going towards 7 than 8. But if you're going to apply that to everybody, but I understand that why you're saying a credit is exemption is a little bit better of a structural situation than a credit, but I lean towards the approach in 7. But what are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Anderson, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think it's arguably more defensible if you name it an exemption, what other name you attach to it, if you want to call it a homeowner's tax exemption or similar. But as long as it's in the exemption section of our statutes rather than there's credits are in a different section. And I think given Article 15, Section 12, it's just overall more defensible if you structure it as an exemption.
For folks in the audience, it's kind of semantics here, but our Wyoming Constitution, where it lays out the relationship of property taxes, does give the legislature the ability to provide for exemptions. And so there's an argument that can be made that if we do a credit instead of an exemption, it could be interpreted as violating the Constitution, perhaps by creating a separate class or other ways that it might violate the Constitution. So it's kind of semantics, but to use the semantics of the Wyoming Constitution to call it an exemption, and it goes in a specific place in our statute, is possibly the safer way to go. So back to staff.
Mr. Chairman, the next one that was under consideration was the idea of a renewable energy property tax exemption. And just for Dean's thing, we didn't determine a fiscal impact without additional guidance, and that was not discussed in depth by the working group. The next one also was tax relief from existing income, similar to Alaska. And similarly, that was not discussed in depth, and we didn't come up with a fiscal impact for that one. The next three, Mr. Chairman, are where we said there would be a stronger argument of violation without potentially doing this as a constitutional amendment. The first of those is using acquisition value for property taxation, and again, that will be discussed in the form of a study.
Go ahead, Dean.
Mr. Chairman, we did provide an estimate for this particular one. However, it was really based on an estimate which was in response to a request from a legislator who was contemplating, what if we just like froze the values, if you will, or used the residential values, kept them at the 2019 level, and then, or based on the value of new construction, or if the home was sold, it would be based on the value that the home was sold for. This would, as discussed at the working group meeting, this would really take a lot of information to really come up with a pretty accurate estimate for this. So without that additional information, this estimate was provided.
Gotcha. Thank you. And just note, we're going to cover the ones that the working group suggested we take up. We'll cover in more depth. And there's actually a Department of Revenue memo on acquisition value study questions. And we had a lot of work to do this morning. So keep going, please.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. The next option was the idea of using a multi-year average assessment, similar to Maryland that used a 3-year rolling average.
And Mr. Chairman, the estimates for this one are based on a 3-year rolling average, not only historically, but also in the projected assessed value growth reflected in the January 2022 Craig forecast. And that estimate was a total of $19.1 million per year. Decreases would be higher in higher growth years if the growth was higher than what was projected in the January 2022 Craig forecast. I would tell you this, Mr. Chairman, for tax year 2022, the projected growth rate for 9.5% property was 4.5%. and specifically residential property, that value increased by 21.99% based on the abstract data, which has recently been released by the State Board of Equalization.
Thank you, Dean.
And then the final one, Mr. Chairman, is to implement a percentage cap on property tax increases.
Any discussion?
And Mr. Chairman, this concept has actually been in the form of a bill for the past few years. And when sending this bill to the Department of Revenue, their response was that the fiscal impact was really indeterminable because it would depend on future valuation increases in residential property. However, we did try to come up with an estimate based on the growth in residential valuation in the aggregate. And just to come up with a ballpark of what this estimate would be over the course of time. If a 3% cap had been in place from 1993 to 2021, the cumulative, it would have resulted in a $4.67 billion tax decrease in the aggregate. A 5% cap would have resulted in a cumulative tax decrease of $3.88 billion in the aggregate, based on the aggregated increases in residential property values.
Okay. Any questions so far in the matrix or anything? I'm glad we went over that again. And so in your packet, everyone, and we noticed for several bills, we didn't really have a bill about the existing property tax refund program, did we? We just said we could increase that. And that was a suggestion of the refund.
So, Mr. Chairman, there is a document in there.
Okay.
If you want to start with that one. On the property tax refund program, it looks like this. All it really does is just highlight the current qualifications.
Josh, when you say there's a document in there, is that a hard copy here? Or is
There
it-
should be, I think, a hard copy in your packet.
Great. It's, thank you. Folks got the memo? Go ahead, Josh.
And so, Mr. Chairman, all this memo really does, it just copies the existing property tax refund program and highlights the qualifications for committee discussion of any changes to that. So the first qualification in subparagraph A is that an applicant is required to have been a resident for 5 years. So that would be one way you could consider expanding eligibility. The next qualification in subparagraph B is that any person can qualify if the person's gross income, including the total household income, does not exceed the greater of 3/4 of the median gross household income for the applicant's county or of the state. And then the final real qualification, Mr. Chairman, is that no person will qualify unless they have total household assets of not to exceed $100,000. There are a number of exclusions from that. I believe the testimony from the Department of Revenue was that that's generally not what is excluding people from qualifying. And they can speak more to that, Mr. Chairman. But those are essentially what are the current qualifications for the property tax refund program.
And I apologize to you, Mr. Anderson, and the rest of the committee that it threw me off when you listed that as the first of the 6 items, and you actually have it a little later in
Sorry,
the
Mr.
packet.
Chairman. Yeah, the packet is not in the same order
Yeah.
as we.
So committee, I think maybe it might be easiest to follow our packet order, which would be the first bill to be discussed would be the constitutional amendment. Is that acceptable? And we'll come back. We'll come back.
Sure,
So-
Mr. Chairman.
So let's have, would you present the constitutional amendment?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So this would be 23 LSO 32, a residential property taxation amendment. This was requested by Representative Yin. It was discussed at our last working group meeting. So on to page 2 of that bill, Mr. Chairman, currently there are, as I noted before, there are 3 classes of property. This would add, provide that there would be 4 classes of property, and adding residential real property as the new a 3rd class, and then creating all other property as the 4th class. On to page 3, Mr. Chairman, and this is would be a policy choice I wanted to point out. On lines 10 and 11, this would tie this new class. Currently, all other property is required to be within 4 percentage points of industrial property. This would also require the new residential property class to be within 4 percentage points of industrial property. Subsection C is the existing provision that says that the legislature shall not create new classes of property or subclasses within any class. This would authorize the legislature to create a subclass of residential property for primary homeowners, and provide that the legislature may authorize exemptions that apply to primary homeowners or to additional subclasses of residential real property as determined by the legislature. And the rest of the bill on page 4 is just a slight conforming amendment, and then the ballot statement that would be included.
Okay, thank you. And for folks in the audience and watching online, what this bill would do would be in the creation of another class of property, it would give the legislature more flexibility to deal with that class of property and the assessment ratio that would apply to that class of property. Right now, we have, because of our Constitution, lists 3 classes of property. Gross production of minerals, you all know about that one. That's the one that pays the freight. But the second class is property used for industrial purposes. And then the 3rd class is all other property, real and personal. It's the all other property class that catches everything, not just residential, but commercial. And the trouble with granting property tax relief for just that class is you lower taxes on commercial property and all sorts of things. And there is a relationship required by our Constitution between the industrial classification and the all other classes. It's a 4 percentage point difference in relationship. Currently, all other property, including our homes, is valued at 9.5%, and the industrial property is at 11.5%. So it's often been said, well, why don't we lower the all other classes down as far as we can? And if you subtract 4 from 11.5, you get it down to 7.5. That's a pretty big tax reduction. But as the Constitution is written now, it applies to all other property, not just residential, but everything. It's a big, big hit on the state revenues. And it gives all sorts of tax relief to perhaps people and businesses that we didn't mean to. So the purpose of this particular bill would be to say, let's take the all other classes and really subdivide it and make residential its own separate class. Is everybody with me on this? The bill doesn't go after the 4%. There would still be a 4% differential, but between the industrial class and everything else. But what that would mean is the legislature could go ahead and lower the assessment ratio to 7.5%. Remember, that's where the 4 points comes from, for just residential property. And that'd be a substantial reduction for going from 9.5% to 7.5%. Obviously more than 20%. So but we'd have to pass the constitutional amendment to do it. That would have to be on the ballot in 2024. It'd be the soonest it could get there. And then subsequent to that, if it was passed, and the legislature could do something, change the tax ratio on that. So how'd I do on that, Josh? Is that pretty much in the ballpark?
Great,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
So Representative Gray, we're going to discuss this bill first, and we'll take public comment on this bill. And so we'll start with Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we discussed in the working group was adding to this the acquisition value and what the language would look like so that we could also allow for an acquisition value in 2025. I mean, if we're going to do this study, which I think there seems to be consensus on, I think that we should just clear all the constitutional issues. So my question is, what are the concerns constitutionally with acquisition value, and what language do we need to put in here to clear that issue? Thank you.
So Representative Gray, I'm not sure we have the topic of acquisition value on this point. What I would hope is that the committee would give us flexibility to talk about this constitutional amendment, set it aside a bit, and then go through the acquisition value study and any other constitutional amendments, including about acquisition value. I am concerned that if we do this, and then at the end, we need to put them all together, because I don't think you want to have several constitutional amendments on the ballot. You really only want to have one, and we could add acquisition value, but I don't know if we're ripe to do that yet until we talk about the acquisition value study. But I'm at the committee's pleasure. Back to you, Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're on the same page, which is that I want to do one amendment, and I want to understand for discussion, if we're going to put clear acquisition value constitutional issues in this amendment as well, which would be my preference, what is the language we need to put in here? I think it's constitutional already, but I would like to just clear all the issues and understand what that language is as we move into discussion. I understand we're moving on, but I am curious, can we discuss that in the working group as well?
Representative Gray, absolutely. What I would suggest is we don't vote the constitutional amendment up or down with a voice vote, a roll call vote today. We save it for our last meeting. And at the same time, let's handle what things we might put in there. And today we will discuss what a constitutional amendment would look like for acquisition value when we do that, when we get to that point in the agenda, if that's acceptable. And then that way, I'm worried that if we pass a bill out of the committee, I mean, we could get stacked bills on the, and there's Doc Stater's bill that's in the legislature as well. So I'm just trying to avoid a wreck in that area. I'm perfectly willing to consider a constitutional amendment with respect to acquisition value. I think we should do it after we discuss the acquisition value study. Is that acceptable? Okay, discussion on the bill in front of us.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity for the committee and public, in the working group, we also discussed whether this piece of legislation needed to be broadly based or narrowly based. Mm-hmm. And this particular piece was more focused narrowly because it's going to be difficult. I think at this point in time, this will go through the legislature, but then to the voting public, there's 2 constitutional amendments on the ballot in November, which probably 70% of the public doesn't know they're going to be there. We're trying to get the word out. So the broader we make this, the more difficult it becomes to explain. But I'm more than willing to put this aside and listen to public comment.
Representative Yin, this was originally your bill. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will say that So it is more narrowly focused than we could possibly make it. We could make it broader and give the legislature more powers to do a lot of different things with their tax rates. But I don't think we want to necessarily grant the legislature the power to do everything. So what this would clear the way for, though, would be changing residential tax rates separate from the all other class, as the chairman said. So like having different residential rates than commercial rates. It also clear the way for a homestead exemption or other types of exemptions where we could have narrowly focused policy on the types of folks that we want to ensure stay in Wyoming. So I am supportive of it, of course, because it's got my name on it. But I'm, again, open to the discussion for all of the options, as that's what we're here today to do. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Yan. I appreciate your thinking on this. Are you kind of okay with the concept of, we'll talk about this bill, we'll take public comment on this bill, we'll get input from the assessors on this bill, and the Department of Revenue, and then we set it aside for now to try to combine it or not with the other bills and have the committee be able to decide that at one time?
Mr. Chairman, I cede to your direction. I think that's a fine approach to take.
Fair enough. Other committee discussion on the draft bill? Anybody? Let's open it up for comment from Department of Revenue. Anything? How about our friends, the assessors? And then we'll go to public comment. Assessor Huxtable, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Dixie Huxtable, Converse County Assessor, and also representing the association today on some of the bills. This one is not one that we have had the opportunity to discuss as an association, so I do not have a position from the association. I do have a question just for clarification for us. On page 2, where it says residential real property, the intent is to not include mobile homes. Because mobile homes, as we have them now, are, even though they're used for residential purposes, they are not considered real property. So just a clarification that would, at least in my interpretation, would drop them to the all other. And I'm good with that. I'm not proposing one or the other. I'm just trying to clarify.
Assessor Huxtable, how about if you would explain to us how you value mobile homes now?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, mobile homes are valued through our CAMA system, and they're at full market value. Typically start with a cost basis, simply because there's not as many valid sales of mobile homes to use any other methodology. But they are their own category in our CAMA system. Even though they're in the real property module of our system, they are classified as mobile homes and are personal property, both, I believe, with our statute and with our system. So just want to make sure that we are all clear what we're talking about with this, that we did not want mobile homes, manufactured housing to be included as a mobile home. Now, manufactured house, a modular that's on real property, that's a different story. That's a whole different ballgame. But an M account in my system is personal property. Therefore, would be excluded from this in my interpretation. I may be wrong. Please help me understand.
Anybody? Representative Yan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the definition of residential property isn't going to be in the Constitution, and it's not going to be in this amendment. What would happen would be we would define it in statute, as far as my understanding would be. So I think that's fair to ensure that it stays separate the way it is now, but I don't want to necessarily put a lengthy definition in our state constitution.
Representative Yan, thank you. I think that's probably good advice. Assessor Huxtable, I'm suddenly just confused as can be, because I think of, if it's not real property, is it personal property? And it's personal property, business personal property is taxed, except for, it has to be above some level, because based on the bill we did a year or so ago. So is it a business personal property? Because other personal property is not taxed. Like if you have a shed that's not on a foundation, skid structure, it's not taxed because it's personal property, individual personal property. So now I'm just about as confused as a person could be right now. You got to help me out.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask, I think Brenda has the statute book with her, maybe to get some specific definition from the Department of Revenue, but it is in statute that they are taxable, and not as business personal property and not as other personal property like your couch and that we've talked about. But there are specific statutes that do make them taxable.
Okay, Department of Revenue agree with that? I'm not going to make it come up if you just nod your head that you agree with that. Okay, so they do get taxed. They are obviously residential, a residential property, and we have to think about it. And it doesn't include the class of like modular homes and which are on a permanent, what's the difference in your mind? A permanent foundation?
Mr. Chairman, if there's a title, if they are titled, they are considered in our realm personal property. If the title has been canceled and they've been made permanent on a real property account, then they've lost their status as a personal property item. So,
Right.
and I believe that is in statute as well, that to be considered real property, they shall surrender the title.
I think Representative Lindholm at one time did a bill on that, right? Okay, I'm good. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So not to dwell on this, but my intent, but my intent would be that those would be included.
Sure.
In, from what I'm understanding, that could be taken place in statute.
Mhm.
And leave this as simple as possible. Am I understanding that correct?
I think that's correct. I think that's everybody's point.
We just don't want it to fall through the cracks, Mr. Chairman.
Gotcha. Thank you, Assessor Huxtable. Any other questions for Assessor Huxtable? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on page 3, just an opinion again of you. I mean, if you don't have an opinion, that's fine too, but just the way I read this, the subclass that we're creating is for primary homeowners. So if this was a second home, or if you own 2 or 3 homes, would this still apply according to the way the bill is crafted?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Schuler, I believe that would probably have to be clarified in further into statutes and into rules. But yes, just on face value, I'm looking at that as it's the primary residence. So we would technically have some sort of affidavit or some process to determine whether it's a primary home or secondary.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Assessor Huxtable?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Papist.
so taking that further, if you own multiple homes and you're obviously living in your primary home, but you rent out and you lease secondary homes, is that business property then, or is that residential property?
Mr. Chairman, Senator
Assessor
Pappas,
Huxtable.
it could be both. It depends on the highest and best use of that property. If it's a commercial property that is being used as commercial property, typically most of those homes, I would say in Wyoming, are being treated as residential property because we don't know who's living in them. At this particular point, we don't know if that residence is owner occupied or rental occupied in most cases. We have no way of knowing that. So if we know that it's a commercial property and used only for commercial, and it's been altered from a residential, so it might look like a house, but it's an office inside. So that could change the category of the property, but if it's truly being rented as a rental, it's still going to be in our system typically as a residential property. And without some kind of further guidance on how you determine primary versus secondary, we wouldn't know that.
Thank you for the question. Let's get Representative Yen to address it.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you. So to answer that, I mean, functionally, again, this is a constitutional amendment. We don't want to put all guidance in the Constitution itself. If we want to have those sorts of exemptions, we would make statutory guidance for the assessors to follow where we put in those definitions. For example, when we talk about what agricultural property is, because we put thresholds on whether or not it actually is classed as agricultural, that all goes in statute. We don't put that in the Constitution. So the Constitution paves the way for us to be able, as the legislature, to have the power to define whether or not those exemptions exist and what the parameters around that would actually be. So we would have to, if this passed, and if it passed on the ballot and was adopted as a constitutional amendment, then we would have to follow up as the legislature to define whether or not we want a homestead exemption, primary homeowners exemption, et cetera, and what that would look like if we did it.
So stay close. We'll appreciate your wisdom, Assessor Huxtable. Representative Yin, just to respond, the language on page 3, bottom of the page, about primary homeowners seems to be pretty defining to me. It says the legislature may create a subclass of residential real property for primary homeowners and may authorize exemptions that apply to primary homeowners or additional subclasses of residential real estate. Are you thinking that this rental property thing is important in the sense that lowering the taxes on rental property could help renters, right? And are we excluding renters or not, potentially? So Representative Yen, looking at the language that says on line 20, or additional subclasses, do you think that you could go away from primary homes with that language or not? I'm a little bit confused.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So
Go ahead.
The purpose of that "or" clause was specific when I had discussions with LSO, with Mr. Anderson, on drafting this amendment, was that I also wanted to ensure that renters don't get kicked out of their homes because of rising property taxes for the landlord. So that is the reason for that "or" clause. So we would have the power as a legislature to be able to help renters in that specific section.
Definitely. I think that you have considered it. I'm wondering if the language is clear. And Assessor Huxtable, what do you think?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. I think there would definitely have to be some further legislation to define what primary homeowners and what the additional would be covered. I mean, for us as an assessor, we would need that direction from the legislature as to what is your definition of a primary owner and what is your additional. So there'd be additional legislation that would be needed if you chose to do an exemption.
Gotcha. Representative Yen, you want to respond? Maybe we can get
Sure.
Mr. Anderson too at the appropriate time. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I agree wholeheartedly with what Assessor Huxtable said. And it's also up to the committee to decide whether it wants to grant itself that power in this constitutional amendment at all. If it doesn't, if it makes it too complicated, then maybe it is worth taking out, but it is something that I put in there to consider because I think renters are a big population that do get affected by property tax rates as well.
Fair enough. We should let you go. You got trapped up here, and thank you, Assessor Huxtable. Josh, this is your language, I guess. What do you think? Is it clear that, to me, how would a court look at this where it says primary homeowners a couple times, and then where would the "or" additional modify?
Mr. Chairman, I think the "or" as currently drafted modifies exemptions so that the exemptions could apply to that primary homeowner class or any other subclass that was created by the legislature.
Okay.
I think the way I see it being drafted now is that, for example, the legislature could create a subclass of primary homeowners that could have a different rate than even other residential property. And then the exemption would apply. Any exemption that the legislature would do could apply to that class or to any other class that the legislature. So I think that's how I see it being drafted now, and we can certainly clarify that, Mr. Chairman, if that's not the intention.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Anything from the committee? You could take out the word primary and just talk about residences. And say that the legislature may create a subclass or subclasses of residential property. You could do something like that, and the language might be a bit easier to swallow, but any thoughts? All right, any discussion on the bill? I was going to open it up to public comment and see well, I haven't heard from all our assessors yet, and there are many here and some are standing. So, and state board can weigh in, and then we're going to go to public comment. So, Mr. Meyer, Assessor Meyer, it's always good to see you. You got to put the microphone on. Your microphone's not on, Patrick. Thank you.
Okay. we
Introduce
got it.
yourself.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the Revenue Committee, I'm Pat Meyer, County Assessor, speaking for Park County, but doing a lot of research for the state itself. I don't have any problem with moving residential property and making it its own class. I do caution you guys to be lowering the percentage from 9.5 to even 7.5 or 8.5. You're gonna hurt poor counties that don't have that, and they don't have the increase problem, which I see as the biggest problem. There's about a half a dozen of us that have really increased. We went from 25 to 45, but 25 to 45% increases. People were paying $800 more in a year, and it's still happening. To this date, we're up countywide 19% again over last year's. Some neighborhoods up 42%. So I still have that problem. Now, I've been researching property tax limits. It looks like you guys put that off the table, which I think you should think about more and maybe want to put that back on the table. I've done a lot of research. You've gotten my last one. I went from doing 50 states to narrowing it down to something you guys can look at. And we used a lot of Arizona, a lot of Oklahoma. I'm still interviewing assessors and people in other states' Department of Revenues. So I'm still working on it. I've worked with the Lincoln Land Institute, who didn't like tax limits. But I'll tell you one thing, since '96, residential property has gone up on an average of 7%, not 25, not 45, and we've been living off that fine. So other states are using limits. I'll tell you why Wyoming is in such a bind, because there's a budget rate system and there's a fixed rate system. We're on the worst of them. The fixed rate system, on a budget rate system, when your value goes up, they lower their mill levies when they don't need that money. So your tax bill isn't the same. In Wyoming, if your value goes up, your taxes are going up automatically. Of course, the schools themselves in Park County account for 49 mills out of the 70. And that's including the colleges, 5 mills. So we're talking 49 mills, that's 68% of your taxes are going to education. And they're locked into that. They get that automatically, whatever your value is, they're putting that 26 mills, they get the full 6 mills, 12 mills go to the foundation. It's all based on that. So we can't, without them, now if the county would lower, we looked at that. If we would lower it 1 mill, it was gonna save the residential person $40. When your houses are going up $800, and that would have saved the county itself, I forgot how many millions, that would have took like 800,000 this year of what the county would have gotten, 1 mill. And we wouldn't really have been gaining stuff. And you got to worry about production. If you're in that year in production, if we lowered our mills, you're going to miss out on all that money that you only get one shot at, because then it's gone. So you have to keep that in mind too. So that's why we're in this bind. I don't see how we could ever get out of it right now at a fixed rate. In some states, it's good. We can't go anymore too. When that value goes down, like a year ago, we lost $100 million just from production. So our value went, instead of 800 million, we were looking at 600 million. We gained it all back again, but because we're a swing state, not all from residential property for any means, but some of it was due to the increases, but we're only paying 9.5%. And production is 100% of market value. When you lose 100 million, in Park County's case, you'd have to build the whole town of Powell over 2,500 parcels of average houses to make up 100 million. That's how much that is. So what I'm saying is we can live off that. I urge you not to take limits off the board, but if you're set on taking that limits off, then I'm not going to keep going on. You know, the research takes a long time, figuring stuff out. You'll see, we even tried to show you how it is a constitutional amendment and how other states wrote it, but we're not attorneys in my office by any means. We've copied stuff from other states to show you how this is done. If any of you don't have this, I brought copies too and kind of added to it. You'll notice the Department of Revenue's Director Henson, she did a study as well from 2014. And if, including 2022, it would be 5.52 was the average percentage we went up. 5.2. If you didn't use 2022, it'd be 4.19. Now mine's high because I included new construction and I'm still at 7%. She didn't include new constructions and so forth. So therefore, you know, it's 4.19, an average since 2014. We're at 25% to 45% increases. We don't need that. Arizona, Oklahoma, I've spoken to those guys. They have fair market value and limited taxable value. They seem to think it works out well. They're saving their residential people and they're still getting what they've normally got with a normal thing, so we don't have to deal with these spikes. The poorer counties, they're not going to hit that percentage anyways. They don't increase very much like that. So it's those other counties, so that doesn't affect them. They'd be on fair market value depending on what you made the limit. And I think you could make it with a constitution amendment so you could change that, you know, for the past, like, hey, we need more money, you could raise the limit or lower the limit, whatever the case may be.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. I just want to point out, we still have another meeting left. This committee can direct a constitutional amendment with respect to the cap. I think per the staff memo, the cap requires a constitutional amendment. There's disagreement on the committee about that, some, but I think that's the main thinking. So, sir, we are trying to cover the bill that's on the table right now, and we will note your testimony if folks want to pursue an additional constitutional amendment on a cap. Since you're at the table, we'll let folks ask some questions. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to make sure, you know, I think there is some difference in the committee and within the working group. My approach, and as you know, I've been a big fan of the cap since we brought that as a bill in 2020 and unfortunately failed and came out of this committee. But my approach to this whole thing is that we get medium-term / short-term relief with the homestead exemption credit, whatever we're going to call it. Then we pass a constitutional amendment that allows three things: a cap, acquisition value, and lowering the assessment value, which is the way it's drafted right now. And put all those three options on the table, clear all the constitutional issues, and do it in one amendment. And then we come back in 2025. Unfortunately, it's going to take that long because we didn't get it done in this. It didn't get done in this last session. So the legislature comes back with those three options on the table. Now, the challenge is going to be, how do we word that one amendment? I think it can be done. And that's what I've been trying to get that language. But I can tell you, for many people in this committee, we're still approaching the cap. And I think that's the way we get it done. Even though I think it's constitutional, I think it's probably preferable to just clear the issue and do those three things in one amendment. So that's, I think, one approach to this, which may be different from another approach that may be brought in this committee. Thank you.
And Representative Gray, thank you very much for that, because I concur in the thinking that we should stack up the constitutional amendments, see if we can put them all together, including that one. So, but we're not on that amendment right now, and that is certainly one that you can request to be drafted, and we could have that drafted for our next meeting. Mr. Meyer, can you bring us home on your issue?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I see that as a possibility. I have looked in the acquisition. I'm not going to research that anymore. As far as I can tell, the only state that does do it is California, you know, but I'm not opposed to it.
We're not talking about the acquisition value study right now.
Okay.
But if it would avoid you coming back up, I'd let you
No,
rattle
it's okay,
on.
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I have nothing further. Is there?
Questions for Assessor? Yeah, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you. On this particular bill, I understood your memo to be kind of in favor of putting the residential class to the people as a separate, out of other, putting it as a separate class. But in your testimony, I'm understanding that you're not in favor of taking that.
Assessor Meyer.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, no, I am in favor of putting residential in its own class. Yes, definitely.
Okay. Any other questions? Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask Mr. Meyer, do you believe that a cap, if we put a cap in place, would be able to withstand Supreme Court review? Do you think it would be able to pass review?
And,
Mr. Chairman,
just a sec. Let me be clear. Dr. Hallinan, are you saying without changing the Constitution?
Without changing the
Okay.
Constitution?
Assessor Meyer.
Mr. Chairman, looking at other states, they all had to make constitutional changes, and they were all like us. They were all at fair market value. The constitutional changes are in there, and there's rules. I mean, there are gonna have to be rules. I got 26 pages of rules on how Arizona handles these things, you know, different stuff. What if you do this? What if you do that? And how that works. So I believe it takes a constitutional change, but I'm not an attorney, but all these other states, when I looked at their previous constitution, they all made changes to it that I've seen.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Assessor Meyer. Any other elected officials, public officials want to address this? State Board of Equalization? No? Let's open it up to general public comment on this bill. And remember, we got other bills coming too, so I'm just saying that in terms of, we don't need to hear the same thing 5 times. Yes, sir. Please come down, identify yourself, and welcome. Yes, sir.
My name is Bob Ide. I'm a full disclosure commercial property owner in downtown Casper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, co-chair, members of the committee. I guess my main question, I'll keep it brief here, but you know, this separate property category for residential, I don't quite understand, I guess, fully why, you know, right now it sets it residential and commercial are kind of classified together. And, you know, I know there's other Main Street owners in a lot of towns across the state that would question why the carve out is on commercial. And I guess I don't understand if the reason is just for revenue for the state, if that's essentially my question.
Yes, sir. I'm not sure that I can fully answer it. Maybe staff can help me, but I think the reason is that we did have an issue. We had a discussion of lowering the assessment ratio on all of their property, and we could do that. You could drop it down to 7.5% would be as far as it go, but the revenue impact is enormous. And I think maybe the Department of Revenue could help us. Who can help us with the size of that? And so it was just the stunning size of that, the amount of tax relief that would provide, which would hurt the state very much. And so the idea was, well, why would we give it to all property? And I understand your position on commercial. Let's figure out a way to do it to a subclass, which is the residential tax relief. That's just a policy decision that we haven't completed yet. That's what's on the table. And if you like, we can probably get some information about the numbers, but I think you're basically right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just last comment. Yeah, I'm in favor of, I'm against the carve out on just residential.
Gotcha.
I think we need, you know, keep these downtowns thriving. There needs to be, you know, equal treatment for commercial, you know, entrepreneurs of Casper, most of Casper and the rest of the state. It's not corporate interest, it's local ownership of properties downtowns.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ide? Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ide, sorry, I have a question for you.
It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Go
Hyde.
ahead.
So I'm curious on whether, because you're saying most of a lot of the businesses that are affected are Main Street businesses and not big corporations. Would you be in favor of having separate tax rates for those bigger corporations that are multinational, et cetera, versus Main Street businesses when it comes to property tax rates or maybe other tax rates?
Mr. Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, all of this gets so complicated with relief and exemptions, and it gets so complicated just listening to this debate today. I don't think so. You know, my quick knee-jerk reaction is commercial period, whether it's corporate, you know, then you start trying to, you know, how big do you describe corporate, or is it an out-of-state interest or whatever? I think you need to keep it simple. That would be my answer.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
Thank you.
Could I prevail on someone, either on staff or the Department of Revenue, to just give us a flavor of why all of their property and treating all of their property? And I know, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we had a discussion about this with Representative Simpson's bill. And the fiscal impacts were quite large. And is it possible I could prevail on someone to discuss it? Director Arnold? And I'm very sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it's important to this bill. Thank you, Director Arnold, for volunteering, for being volunteered. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, members of the committee, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. And I apologize, I don't have the 2022 numbers, but I do have the 2021 numbers as far as the assessed values statewide. So in 2021, when you were looking at residential, the assessed value for residential was $6,708,297,203. The commercial classification, $1,682,030,674. And then additionally in that all other class would be agricultural lands. That was at $349,846,282. So if the level of assessment were to be reduced for the all other classification, you're looking at, you know, the 6.7 billion plus 1.6 billion, so $8 billion. So it is, when you take that amount multiplied by 0.012, that gives you the amount of the effect on the school foundation. So those are some of those items that we were looking at. As far as the historical, why back in the 80s, they made it a 3-tier, meaning 100% for the mineral ad valorem taxes, and then the 11.5 for the industrial, and then the all other classification. There was extensive discussion back in the 80s related to this, and they truly ensured that our Constitution did not allow legislators in the future to start breaking this down further. When you have, let's talk about the payment of tax. Okay. When you have a bond, let's say you're a community college or a school district, you have principal and interest you have to pay. If you reduce the level of assessment on a certain portion, that reduces the overall assessed value within the boundaries of that taxing entity, which means principal and interest divided by the assessed value means the mill levy goes up. So anytime, whether you exempt it, you reduce the level of assessment, there are other taxpayers that are going to pick up that burden. And I think that that's important to know. Our fractional assessment system in Wyoming ultimately is an exemption. We appraise property at fair market value, and then if you're in the all other category, you only pay taxes on 9.5% of that appraised value. The rest of it's exempt from taxation. I hope that that provides a little more clarity and response to your question on impact.
I think that was perfectly right on, and thank you. And so you can kind of see, committee, basically residential property is most of the all other property. And so you could decide to put it all together or not. You can also see, I think, from Director Henson's testimony, and I'm sure we'll get it from other testimony, this was put in our Constitution so that all the taxpayers could kind of watch over each other, so to speak, and that you couldn't have, you had a connection between taxes of industrial and other properties. That's kind of the purpose of why it was in. And you can imagine the interest that will come out when this is being debated, when it's going to be on the ballot, and what some of the other taxpayers might think about it. That'll be very interesting. So let's continue. Any other officials? Let's go to other public comment. Yes, sir, in the back. Would you turn your microphone? There you go.
And
Say your name again so that it's on.
Dallas Laird. I'm a
Yes, sir.
resident of Casper, Natrona County, my entire life. I really respect this committee and how hard this job is. I'm an attorney and have been one for a long time, and I've read this bill. And I can tell you, I think that it's adding to the confusion. I think some of these bills are written for lawyers who haven't entered the real world. And so you're going to be involved in litigation, I believe, with this anyway. Whether this matter is constitutional or not, I tend to think that at this point in time, we may have a Supreme Court that would say that this isn't a constitutional issue, but that's just a guess. The real problem here is, and I'll give you an example in a different realm. So we have a statute that says it's a crime to commit first-degree murder. But you can be tried for first-degree murder in some county and you might get the death penalty. The same set of facts, you could be tried in another county and get 20 years in prison. In another county, it may be reduced to a manslaughter and you get 6 months probation, all for the same set of facts. Now, what's happening here and why there's such a problem, Senator Case, is, and I've looked at some people's assessments that are known to the assessor and friends and that kind of thing. But one of the things said to me is the good old boy system needs to stop because there are some people whose assessments aren't fair. And it's difficult for them to go in to a hearing where they can't afford an attorney and they don't understand the law to present the evidence of why a 40% raise on their house isn't right. They get beat up, Senator. We're not helping our people. And so what do we do about this? I think some of the rules and regulations of the State Board of Equalization are perhaps unlawful because they're trying to trump certain statutes that you've passed. So the real problem, I think, is not where your tax basis is right now. I think the real problem is some people, how they interpret it and what they think they have power to do and not have power to do. And the law is so confusing that even lawyers don't agree on what it says. And so I know I know you're trying to do the best here. If somehow,
Thank you for that.
if somehow you could simplify the language that's being used. It's just like getting into this big issue about whether something's an exemption or a credit. I mean, it's almost preposterous when I sat back there and listened to it. But I know you face the problem. I know it's a problem.
You know it's because the word exemption is in the Constitution.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And you know, but there's a masterpiece in the Constitution that says these assessments have to be fair. These assessors have to take a oath of fairness. But there are certain things that have happened in this county that aren't fair. I could point them out. There's certain people in here who have low assessments, other people who have high assessments. And a lot of it appears to be the relationships they have. The good old boy system has to change finally in Wyoming. It really does. Because all people, all of our citizens have to be treated fairly. And we have citizens who cannot afford to hire a lawyer to go down to one of these hearings and make sure their rights are observed. there's just a lot of confusion, Senator Case. And I know you've been in a battle of election. You got reelected. You have a lot of experience. I know Representative Harshman really well. He's a great guy. You have a lot of great people on this committee. I know a lot of them, and I know of their reputations. And what I hope you can do is simplify this matter, not make it more complex. And then the problem is there's a rule of law called statutes have to be in pari materia, which means that they have to somehow blend and not confuse each other. But this is all confusing. It's getting worse, and it's not addressing the problem. And Representative Yin, I'm not really criticizing your bill, but your bill is confusing to me. Now, maybe some other lawyer said it isn't confusing to him, but there's the problem. So how do you do this? I think Einstein said it. Keep it simple, maybe even simpler. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Can you have time for a couple of questions? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I do want to state that the election for Senator Case to get reelected is in November, as is all of the elections. But I also wanted to point what specifically in the amendment is confusing, so we can ensure that we target that specific confusing part.
I think that,
Go ahead.
I think that, and I don't have it sitting in front of me right now, but if I sat down there and read that to you, just read it to you, it would confuse people through this whole building. So what I would do is ask you a question. What do you want, what is the one big thing you want to accomplish with your bill? What is it?
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, I don't really want to go to back and forth questions, but I think my goal ultimately is to ensure that people who have lived in Wyoming their entire life or for a long period of time don't end up getting kicked out of their homes because of property tax increases.
Yeah, but
Okay,
Representative Yen, hold on a sec. Wouldn't we say that the purpose of the bill is to create a separate class of property to establish an assessment ratio for residential property? I mean, that is what we're trying to do.
To keep it focused on the bill.
Yes, sir.
That is the goal of the bill, yes.
Yeah, I think that was the question. So
So I think,
back to you, Mr. Laird.
Senator
Understand, and I know you know this as an attorney, but we have to amend the Wyoming Constitution to get this done because it doesn't permit it now.
I
Is
think
that a
that's
good
the
thing?
safe thing.
Yeah, is that a good thing or not?
No, I think it's the safe thing.
Yeah.
Because I think what'll happen, however, when you seek to amend the Constitution in today's times, this may take some years. You're not looking at giving relief. Some of these people would like to have relief tomorrow. And I don't know what it is you can do to give them relief tomorrow. But I do believe the safe thing is, if I was you, I would say to seek a constitutional amendment. There's a part of me that agrees with Representative Gray, our next Secretary of State, that it may not be a constitutional issue, but why waste the time? My belief is to do exactly really what you said, is to get all of this done, and then at the end, figure out how you have to word the constitutional amendment. But that's another thing. People go read those, Senator Case, they can't understand those. And I think that Representative Sweeney said, people don't even know it's going to be on there. I have people call me and ask me, well, how do you interpret this? Could you tell me what I'm really voting on? And most of them go down there and they don't know what they're voting on because it isn't simplified. It isn't in simple, everyday language. Now, Representative Yin, when I asked him his one big thing, he kind of stated it in people language. Now, you've been around a long time. You're obviously an extremely intelligent person, well-versed in this matter. You said it in a way that a lawyer has to understand it, the one big thing. But the one big thing really is, how can we treat all of our people fairly? And when they're not being treated fairly, what is their remedy? There is a taxpayer statute. It's a taxpayer remedy. It takes 3 lawyers to read that baby. And then most of them don't even agree on what it means. And then they go down in front of the county commission and the county assessor, and everybody's down there, and the people don't understand what they're even facing. They just know their house got raised 40% last year, or their building got raised 300% last year. And why can't I come down here and get this fixed today? Now, wouldn't it be nice if you could figure that out? Because I think the statute you want to look at is that taxpayer remedy statute. But there's a secrecy issue there. We can't know, the public can't know what houses sell for in this community. So that if I'm sitting here and they've raised my house $250,000, and the guy next to me has a similar house, and I don't know that his is 250 less than mine. But maybe he goes to the same club that the assessor does.
But you do know, Mr. Laird, that we have a bill proposal directly on that point. On the agenda this morning, we have a bill about disclosure.
Okay,
We also have the Board of Equalization that's coming up to talk to us about proposed reforms for helping taxpayers to have more impact. And we also have tax relief programs that are constitutional that we can beef up. One of which we funded last year during the session that has provided great relief to poor taxpayers.
I think that's great. But
Yeah.
Let me say this.
But I need you to think, this constitutional amendment is not meant to fix everything, but it directs at a piece of it. So we can't fix it all with one thing, but please go ahead.
There's some things that you can fix without a constitutional
Yes, sir.
amendment. And so I'll give you an example. So when I decided to run for county commissioner and I saw what was happening in the assessor's office, I went and looked at the websites of different people and how their houses were evaluated. It was pretty shocking to see whose house was maybe $300,000 under the proper value and who that person was. And I know a lot of wealthy people in Casper who have $1 million houses, and so I looked them up to see where they were assessed. I've been in them. I have a realtor next door to me. So we went out and checked them out, and I would be told, well, this house really, those houses sell for $700,000. Why is it only assessed to 300 and some thousand? And so now some other fellow comes in and is complaining, and they've been in this room before talking about their house and how much it's gone up in this past year. Now, bear in mind, what you're really doing here is this is a capital gains tax, but we're making the citizens pay the capital gain without ever selling the property. My grandparents bought a house in 1925, never sold it. They lived there and died there, paid $2,600 for it, and it kept going up in value. So the government, however, when the federal government, when you sell a house, the capital gains is taxed when you sell the house. And now it's proof of what it's worth. But when you have these inflationary matters going on, it's kind of false value. I remember in 1979, I bought my office building down here for $200,000. In '82, it was worth $35,000.
But
now what do we do here?
Well, Mr. Laird, I've got to keep us on track this morning.
You do.
And the Constitution, all I can say is it says all property, except as in this Constitution, otherwise provided, shall be uniformly valued at its full value. The full value, you can't sit here and tell me that your grandparents' house is worth $2,600.
No, I didn't mean to say
So
that.
the full value is something out there.
What
I'm
I
trying
mean
to
to
get a
say
handle on
is,
that.
what I mean to say is, what happens is elderly people that see these big increases and have no ability to do anything about it and they're on fixed incomes, that's one area that I know you're concerned with.
We're trying.
What I'm saying now, the one that should be fixed here in Natrona County is where some people's values go up and similar houses don't.
You know, I totally concur with you, and
But your statute and your statutes now will take care of that if people will just adhere to them.
and also the
properly
election
administer them.
process and the Board of Equalization. And, you know, I know there's been a great turmoil in Natrona County about taxes. And there's just a lot going on, and I don't even understand all of it.
It's serious.
Yeah,
Senator.
I am very sensitive to your thing
Are
that,
you familiar with that $2 million snafu that came out of Sweetwater County where
sir, I'm not.
well, we got, that company in Sweetwater County paid sales tax to Natrona County because they didn't want to pay 6% in Sweetwater, paid 5% here. And they
That's
saved
not
a
a
lot.
property tax, and I'm
I
sorry.
know, but here's the problem. There's too much secrecy in the Board of Revenue and tax collections. That's one of the problems. I know that you have to focus on this one, Colonel, but I just wanted to open some things up for you to think about that can change these things without needing a constitutional amendment.
But sir, I have pointed out that we have other things on our agenda,
Yes, you
and
do.
we have an entire matrix.
I'm fine.
You know, and
Thank you for my time.
okay.
I
Any
appreciate it.
questions for Mr. Laird?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Representative Yen.
Mr. Laird, have you considered running for Natrona County Assessor?
I did consider running for Natrona County Assessor, and I'll have to admit, I would have to quit being a lawyer, which I'm not ready to do yet. So I ran for Natrona County Commissioner, and I made it through the primary. And so we'll see what happens there, because then I'll be on a Board of Equalization of the county, and I can see things that I believe should be changed for the better for our citizens. Now, Senator Case, I'm looking at you because I know you're the guy sitting here that can get things done. So I'm just asking you to help our people as quickly as you can under your restraints. I
Mr.
really
Chairman.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Representative Sweeney.
Not to belabor this, but back on the bill that we're actually talking about, which is the constitutional amendment. Mr. Ide commented that with only the residential being carved out, not commercial, also that he's against the constitutional amendment. At least that's the way I interpreted. Are you for or against doing a constitutional amendment on that subject, not the rest of the matters that
I think
you?
I said it earlier.
Mr. Laird, I'm
I
sorry.
am for that. I am for a constitutional amendment, and I'll tell you why. It will save time.
Yes,
and-
sir.
And save, I think you'll be in litigation over it anyway, but it'll save time.
I think I agree with you. Thank you. And as we work through, I think the end constitutional amendment may be much broader than this one about residential. It may include the caps issue and may include things. We're just not quite sure. We're trying to figure it out. And thank you so much. And I look to the committee for any other questions. Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. Wouldn't it be best to simply pass a cap right now as a statute? And then if the Supreme Court later rules it unconstitutional, the cap would be in effect immediately before they ruled on that, and people would not lose their homes. The tax cut would apply immediately on that tax, on that cap. So those people would not have to pay. The problem I see that we're trying to address is the ridiculous increase in the assessments this year. If we take care of that this year by a cap, and then the Supreme Court say in 2 years' time says that this is unconstitutional, that cap would still be in place and it would be serving the people until then. Thank you.
Dr. Allen, Mr. Laird, do you want to comment on that?
I do want to comment on that. I like his style, I will tell you that.
I can see where it fits yours a little bit.
Well, it does, but I don't think that I would recommend, if I was your lawyer, I wouldn't recommend that to you.
Okay.
What I would recommend is what you're doing, and what I hope that you do, Senator, is that you do it as quickly as you can. Now, to give people immediate relief, I think that some things can be done through the State Board of Equalization and can be done quickly. And I know that you want to help the citizens of this county. I'd like to say one last thing before I leave.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
The Mustangs rule.
We'll find out. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Who would like to address the committee next on this bill? Who would like to address this committee next on this bill? Okay. Not seeing, is there any public testimony online on this bill?
Mr. Chairman, nobody has their hand raised right now.
Okay. So committee, I don't know if we want a positive motion to keep this bill going. It's obviously still going. Maybe the easiest thing to do is just to continue on to our next one and have it here to combine with others. Anybody have an idea? Is that acceptable? Representative Gray?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I just think we come, I think we come to the next meeting with also the other approaches permissively to allow for those, fix those problems. I think our working group was a little too close to this meeting to get all that done, but I'll coordinate with the LSO to get those amendments into there and with the chairman, and we can bring that as well. Thank you.
And let me just get a positive affirmation that this bill carries forward, okay? So all those in favor of carrying this bill forward, and I shouldn't be making the motion. Let me suggest a motion. The motion would be to carry the bill forward and combine it with others as appropriate. And an affirmative motion would keep the bill alive. If you wanted to kill it right now, you could.
So moved.
Okay, is that acceptable? Okay, all those in favor of continuing to keep this bill alive, probably or possibly to combine it with other elements of a constitutional amendment for tax relief, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We've got a no. I definitely have one no. Is there online any? Do we get a vote online? I don't hear a vote, but the motion has carried with as far as I know, one exception. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sweeney.
just on that note, and I have no problem carrying this forward, but if we make this so complicated, we're not going to get anything accomplished. But
That's certainly fair enough. I think by the end of the day, the end of the property tax discussion, you might be able to come back to this and say, all right, let's have a bill draft that does these two things. You know. Go ahead, Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman, this is complicated.
It is.
And that's the reality. I think actually, if you look at the language, let's get some language on addressing caps and acquisition value. I think by far the most complex thing is the thing currently in there. And I actually think one of the advantages of adding that in there and of the acquisition value and the cap language is going to be a lot clearer. And so I just think that it is complicated, and just continuing to throw out that argument to try to prevent us from considering all options is problematic. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gray. Representative Henderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure it's on record that I support the constitutional amendment process, keeping it alive. My caution would be to consider the possibility of perhaps, given the parameters of such a legislation, that we don't unintentionally kill it by putting too much in it. So I would suggest if we have drafts available, we should have drafts available at the next meeting, but maybe have two different drafts, perhaps one with the acquisition value as Representative Gray is suggesting, and the other with perhaps the not including acquisition value. I think that is a major change in Wyoming that's going to have a hard time. It's going to be difficult in the first place getting a constitutional amendment to properly inform the voters about what's in it, given other things going on. So I don't want to kill the bill unintentionally, sir. Thank you.
And certainly noted, I think the committee kind of thinks along the same lines. So everyone, should we take a break for 10 minutes or so and then come back and we'll do the property tax acquisition study bill? Just so you can stretch your legs. Not you, Senator Baldwin, because you've already stretched your legs. So we'll come back at 10:15. Hey, the school bell's ringing. School bell's ringing. Recess is over. Let's take our seats. Ding, ding, ding. All right. If we could take our seats, please, and kind of bring your conversations to a close. I know they're important conversations, but we have. Ms. Henson and all you folks, if we could get you to take your seats. If I could, please, get the committee members to take their seats. And so let's tee up the next topic would be the property tax acquisition value study. It's looking at House Bill 109. And Josh, I think the plan is for you to kind of tee us off on this. And then I know that there are other public officials to weigh in on the presentation, and we'll go from there. So I'll start with you.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, as you noted in the packet, there was 2022 House Bill 109, which was the previous idea looking at a property tax acquisition value study. There was discussion by the working group that that might need to be expanded, and the Department of Revenue and county assessors had some wanted to have some additional requirements in there that would provide more direction to the study. So you'll see there was another document in your packet that was kind of titled as a memorandum on acquisition value study. All this really does is it just kind of broke down the existing subsection A of that 2022 bill and highlighted some areas for the Department of Revenue and the assessors to provide kind of where they see we might need to have some additional clarification.
And just a sec, Josh. And members of the committee, that's on page 37 of the packet, the original packet. It's called Acquisition Value Study Questions for Committee Discussion. Go ahead, Josh, sorry.
And so, Mr. Chairman, all it does basically breaks it down kind of into two ideas, a review of the statutory, regulatory, and procedural changes necessary to implement the property tax system based on acquisition value, and a review of the impacts of implementing a property tax system based on acquisition value. There were some other questions not reflected in this currently that can certainly come out today. And one of the questions the working group had was who would conduct this study. In the 2022 bill, it was the Department of Revenue would conduct the study. There was some discussion by the working group of having an outside party maybe do this. Another thing not reflected in this but was discussed was to make clear that the focus would be on just on residential property. That wasn't specifically clear in the bill last year. And then I guess another question that had come up was whether the focus would be on some sort of an annual percentage increase of that property, of that initial acquisition value, and what that percentage would be. That's all I really have, Mr. Chairman. I'd turn it over to the department and the assessors unless you guys have any questions.
So Josh, before you do, would it be fair to say, and I'm looking to other folks that pursued and are on the bill, the reason for doing the acquisition study is to try to determine if we could go to a property tax system for residential taxes that were based upon the price at which you paid for your house, the value of the house when you bought it, the amount you paid for it, with some way of adjusting that over time. And is that a fair encapsulation of what we're trying to achieve? Josh, I'll start with you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's true. I think it does say acquisition value would be defined to be the purchase price paid for the acquisition of the property. So it would be the actual price paid, and then that would potentially somehow adjust over time, but that was still not clear in the previous bill, and so that'd be one thing for the committee to answer today.
Okay, anybody else want to characterize it? All right, the Department of Revenue, thank you very much. Thank you, Josh. Oh, I'm sorry, who was trying to get my attention down there? Representative Jennings, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think that was just one of the things that was missing out of the study bill last time was there'd be an escalator of probably.
Is your mic close enough? I'm not sure.
There'd be an escalator of maybe 2-3%.
Okay.
So there would be an adjustment built into that. There'd be nuances. That's part of what the study would do, is it would tell us what things we needed to nuance.
Fair enough. Thank you for that. Anybody else? Director Henson, welcome. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. As we reviewed the bill, House Bill 109, the proposed language, a lot of things, as someone who's responsible for providing the computer-assisted mass appraisal system for all the 23 county assessors across the state, promulgating rules, providing training and education. There were a lot of things that came to mind, but I will keep my comments fairly brief in that just from an overview level and trying to put myself in your shoes as you look at this bill, I really would encourage you to clearly define the scope of this acquisition study. The reading of it, asking you to put yourself in a consultant's shoes, and how would you take the guidance that is provided within this bill if, in order to put in a proposal, what would it take for me to accomplish the requirements of this study? And there has to be enough information within this bill in order to accomplish that. So just from a high level, I believe that one of the first things that this body needs to consider is really clarifying what is purchase price. We talk about acquisition value as a basis for taxation, and we say that acquisition value shall be the purchase price. But when you go to administer that and how we're going to gather that information, I'm just going to give you one example. Should realtor fees be included in purchase price? Yay or nay? That's one consideration when you're defining, because this is the basis of tax. The next step that I believe you'll want to clarify is when is that trigger? What is the circumstance that triggers that purchase price being the basis for property taxation? And secondly, what's the trigger when it no longer should be the basis of property taxation? And the biggest probably challenge then is, how do we value those properties that do not have an acquisition or purchase price? The universe of properties in Wyoming, and this bill is specific to residential real property, but how then, if I am the consultant providing the information as required in this bill, how do I ensure I've met the needs of the legislature in their knowledge-seeking mission if I don't know what the guidance is, the requirements from this body as to how we are to value all the properties that don't sell? So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Brian Judkins. He had wrote up a very brief summary of just what we came up with over a very short amount of time. And with that, instead of doing it in closing, I would appreciate if this committee would entertain the possibility of having a consultant do this study as opposed to the Department of Revenue. I believe that getting an outside perspective. These consultants have done work like this for other states, and I think that we would have a product that would be much more useful to this body. So with that, Mr. Judkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brian Judkins, I'm the Administrator of the Property Tax Division for the Department of Revenue. Let me reiterate a little bit what Brenda, or Director Hansen said. So last year, when this bill was in legislative session, we were asked, to reach out and see what a consultant would cost to do this study. We had gotten a hold of a third party or a consultant and showed him the bill, and we asked, what would it cost to do this study? And reading the bill, he said, there is no way I can give you a price to do this service on what's stated in this bill. So as Director Hansen said, we come up with some questions to further define the scope of the acquisition study. And also, like she said, whoever ends up doing this study, I think these questions that we put in front of you will definitely help whoever ends up getting this study. And, we sat down the other day, about 45 minutes, and came up with some questions here. And by no means is this a complete list of questions that should be considered during the study, but we broke it down into 3 categories: general questions, and what do you do with properties that sold, and what do you do with the properties that have not sold. One thing that I did want to point out, for sold properties, I don't think we've all looked at all the language what's in the Constitution, but if you go on the second page of that, the first question that's under the questions pertain to properties that sold is Article 15, Section 1 of the Wyoming Constitution requires that the assessors, all lands and improvements thereon shall be listed for assessment, valued for taxation, and assessed separately. So when you get your notice of values on your property, you're going to have a land value broke out and your improvement value broke out. And what do I mean by improvements is anything that is not land on your property. So an improvement can be your house, a shed, a sidewalk. I'm not saying an improvement is you painted your house. So with assessment language, an improvement is anything other than land on your property. So if we get into this acquisition study or end up with an acquisition, how is that going to be addressed in a sale price? Because when you buy a piece of property, you don't say, well, I'll pay so much for the land and so much for the house. It's all encompassing. So this is definitely something that's going to have to be considered in the Constitution or for a Constitution amendment. I really don't want to go through each and every question on here. If I do, we'll be here all day going over these questions. So I'd like you guys to, if at all possible, to review. And, again, the main thing is defining that scope of an acquisition study. What do you want within that scope?
All right, committee, we can make him go through all the questions, but let's start with Representative Baker, and then do you have you're trying to get my attention to Representative Yen? Okay, you'll be next. Okay, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's no surprise that I pose the idea, and I pose wasting state resources on a study and even burdening the Department of Revenue with a study. I think that there are a lot of questions. We call them concessions, seller concessions in the industry. Oftentimes, seller negotiates to improve properties. Oftentimes, it's tens of thousands of dollars of improvements will be considered in the contract that may not be reflected in the purchase price. So I would caution us on that. The other thing is there's often a game in our state. If you've ever bought a used car, you have to go report that to the state, and people they're not honest. So there's this incentive to be dishonest in reporting your purchase price. And, so I feel like if we go this route, the wealthy are going to have that incentive, and they're going to be able to avoid the reporting of an accurate purchase price. It's going to further burden people that are lower on the socioeconomic status, that don't have that ability to go and hire the legal representation to kind of skirt the system, I think, legally and do it. So I would just caution us. I think, it's no surprise that I don't really support us doing this for multiple reasons. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Director Henson, I'm curious on what your thoughts would be on if we actually broaden the scope a bit and compare, if we're going to do property tax reform in such a big manner, maybe we should compare what property tax systems other states have in general. So maybe just like a general consensus of what the different types of property tax systems are in different states and what are the impacts if we implemented them in Wyoming. So for example, I know Pennsylvania has a property tax system where they tax the land differently than they tax the actual property that's on the land. And I'm not exactly sure what the pros and cons of that are, but I think if we are going to completely reform our property tax system, we should get as much information as we can. So I'm curious on what your thoughts would be if we considered that.
Okay, Director Henson, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, there was a beginning to that. I believe there's a LSO document that has the comparison of property taxation in the United States. So we've got a starting point for that. And you're right, property taxes are administered many different ways. Even those states that are based on fair market value have different levels of assessment. Some states aren't fractional assessment states. They assess at the full value, but their mill levies are much lower. So you're right. The more you dig, you're going to find more inconsistencies in the various states. But to your point, if we broaden the scope of this study to be simply an educational report, I guess what I'm saying is if that's the study you want, then I think a consultant would get that. They would understand. That's something that many states do, just to compare tax structures of various states. Where this bill really focuses on moving to an acquisition study. As you know, there's a requirement for the implementation shall be revenue neutral the first year. Well, my initial question was revenue neutral to whom? To the taxpayer, to the state, to the governing bodies that rely on tax dollars to provide services. So, those are the types of things that if we go in the direction of this bill, really need clarified. I did make comments, and I'm probably going further than the scope of your question, but I did make comments during the subcommittee that it also needs to be clear in the bill if the legislature is asking a consultant to weigh the pros and cons of acquisition value as a basis for property taxation, or are they simply being required to look at the proposal that the legislature puts in the scope and identify what it would take to implement those pieces? And what kind of a timeline would it take? What kind of statutory changes? What kind of training? What alterations to the CAMA system? That's different than what you just suggested, or looking at the merits of acquisition, pros and cons. So I hope that helped.
Well, okay. Anybody else at this point? Representative Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't share my good colleagues' aversion to this. And I appreciate the fact that you want this to be a very comprehensive study, because we do want it to be that. But I'm curious on history. There's two things here. I mean, and you guys wouldn't have been exhaustive in your study of that, but you have two states that have done this. California and Florida. And so did you look at how they handled some of these questions? Because it seems to me like you would have some beginning answers to how they might have answered some of those questions that you just asked. And secondly, did we do this kind of study when we went to fair market value, or did we just put it in and then kind of iron the bugs out over the next 28 years and here we are today? So I guess that'd be my two questions.
Thank you, Representative Jennings. Director Henson, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Jennings.
Keep that mic close. We forget that people are online. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I apologize. So the first question, as you'll note in Mr. Judkins' documents, one of the questions we asked, would you like to implement this acquisition value based on the statutory requirements of California? If we state yes, that gives some guidance and scope to whoever would complete the study. And so, and as you stated, there are 2 states. The manner in which California's acquisition value laws, the way they looked when it was first initiated 40 years ago, is very different than what they look like today. And so I do believe that there have been those learning curves, the growing pains, the need for revenue, how do we address those things? But even if we gave the consultant that guidance, that would assist. As far as knowing everything that was discussed back in the 80s when we went to a fair market value system of taxation, I cannot answer that. I was not involved in the initial discussions. I really wasn't around back then in the taxation world. But that being said, I do believe that the Revenue Committee, the legislature, was really looking towards best practice at that point. And of course, we had the court cases that were directing us in a manner to ensure uniform assessment and that there was a effort by the legislative body to ensure that all property was being valued using uniform methods of appraisal. And it appeared to be that market value was the best approach at that time.
Thank you, Director Henson. Anything else down there? Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add just a little bit to the discussion and maybe provide a little bit of context. So in real estate, we do BPOs as realtors, which are broker price opinions. And it's similar to an appraisal, except it doesn't have that certification value. And in that, you go and you make a lot of adjustments based upon what happens with, the condition of a property, how it is, to try to come up with a value of what it is, the current market value. So, I keep going back to this vehicle thing. When we buy and sell vehicles individually and we, record that purchase price, we don't then move forward with assessing the taxes on that vehicle based on the purchase price. It always goes back to fair market value. And so, there's a real apprehension with, I think, trying to identify these properties individually as opposed to the mass appraisal system that I think works very well. I think it's going to complicate things, and I think we're going to go down a rabbit hole of California, and I do not think that is the leaders that we want to be following. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me in my comments.
Fair enough. We've got a lot of public comment and things to get through, but we first have to hear from Mr. Co-Chair.
Just a question, so I'm not confused. Is it California, I thought, was the only state that has done this? Are there other, or?
Mr. Chairman, I believe
Director
California, I apologize. Mr. Chairman, I believe California is the only one that is fully based on acquisition value for residential properties. There are some pieces, but I can't answer that question. One thing I would like to follow up, though, is just to recognize that using acquisition value for a basis for property taxation is in no way tax relief. It is simply another method of valuing property. And if the focus is tax relief, I believe with acquisition value, you will still need to address if you wish to provide homeowners in this state with tax relief.
Thank you, Director Hanson. I'll look down there before we go to you, Representative Gray. Representative Jennings, you mentioned 2 states. Do you know what the other one is?
My understanding, Florida also has acquisition.
Somebody said
An escalator.
Florida. Do we know anything about Florida? We don't. We'll have to figure that out.
It's on the East Coast, Mr. Chairman.
I do know where it is. Yeah, I see that Mr. Meyer has his hand up. So let's wait till we get the Department of Revenue off, and then if you can tell us a little bit about Florida, that'd be great to work that in. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I think, from what I saw is in the document, is what is the transition? I mean, are we looking at some purchases in the past, or is it purchases after the enactment date? And you're going to see wildly different results based on that decision. And then also, I mean, I think one of the proposals that we had talked about, and it's the one that Mr. Tempte attempted to give a score to, and I think one of the things we need to do is score what these have, what the effects are on the state in terms of state intakes and all the, but is whether we go back in time, and we were going to marry going back to 2019 assessments for properties that hadn't churned and then have an inflationary kicker since then. 2017 was also thrown out there, and that's what was scored by Mr. Tempte. Obviously, from the Natrona County perspective, 2017 is ideal. And so you marry going back in time, setting assessments of 2017 with an inflationary kicker in that intervening period, and then allow the properties to churn, and then that's when you transition to acquisition value. And so I'm not seeing that in that document. That's one of the proposals that is out there, and I'd like for that to be explored in this document, because that's what I think is going to provide a lot of relief.
Thank you very much, Representative Gray. Director Henson, on that point.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that in the implementation phase, you'll find documentation that we've provided. You're going to hear testimony from assessors, those that administer property tax valuation. I absolutely believe until you clearly state what is included in a purchase price, that there is no way that we could go back using the sales information that we acquired from statements of consideration that had no basis on that property tax for that specific property. So I would encourage that implementation would be that at the time that those laws go in place, then that's when we start using that as a basis for property taxation. And that also being said, assessors currently value property as it exists on January 1 of each year. And each year, those property characteristics can change. They don't track, per se, that the basement was finished, in 2019. I'm very concerned that if we go back to those historical values, that you're going to remove a significant amount of assessed value from the tax rolls. I had provided another document to the committee entitled Historical Residential Assessed Value Percentage Increases. Well, that's one piece of it. On the second page, you'll note that each year there's increase. It calculates the percent of increase for total assessed value for residential property. But that's got new homes in it, new additions, new buildings. For example, in 2022, statewide, we had 4,100 new structures on residential properties. That's in 1 year. If we were to roll back to historical values, how do we identify those that basically, once we've rolled back, we've eliminated the additional property from the tax rolls those ensuing years? And so I would really be hesitant to implement an acquisition system without saying, okay, as of year of implementation, 25, let's say, anything from this point forward, at what point does that acquisition value that they paid in 2025 cease to be applicable as a basis for property taxation because property characteristics have changed? But going back would be, from my perspective, well, it's unfair to those property owners that just happened to have built that building prior to the year that we pick as a base year, as opposed to the ones that built it afterwards.
Thank you very much, Director Henson. A follow-up, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly understand that perspective. The challenge, if that's the direction the legislature goes, then how do you provide relief to the existing property owners who have decided to keep their homes and, and are on that fixed income, which is one of the goals that we have here. And if we go that approach, the acquisition value really doesn't fix that. And the answer to that was that we go back in time and set an assessment. We pick a year, and then we do an inflationary kicker, which is basically how the acquisition value works, right? Because you set it at the acquisition level, and then you have an inflationary kicker. And that's how we provide relief to those on fixed income, people who are staying in their homes. So that's one of the challenges here. Otherwise, acquisition value is not getting to that key objective.
Director Henson, you got it? We're good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just state that whether you use acquisition value as a basis for property taxation or fair market value as a basis for taxation, if you want to provide property tax relief, that is a separate concept in my mind.
So it does strike me that theoretically, we could go to acquisition values going forward and provide relief in another manner, and then hope that acquisition value dampens things over time in a way that we hope would be useful. I'm not convinced that it does, but that would be one way. I'm looking down this side of the committee. Anybody? You can have another follow-up? Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say and be clear on this, is that another way to do it would be to marry the concept of acquisition value so that handles properties that are churning, with going back in time and going back to a previous assessment rate with that intervening inflationary kicker. So you go back in 2017, then you do an inflationary kicker for 8 years. If the implementation date is 2025, you can fill in any box there, and that's how you marry those two things. Obviously, you need a constitutional amendment to do both, and that's why I think we should put that language in there. I think if we're going to study it, we should at least, have a thing where the legislature could pass it in 2025, and so anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Gray. I certainly agree we could pick a time in the past, but how do you fix the problem of property improvements in the intermittent time? That escapes me, because you'd have to, how do you handle that under your thinking? Representative Jennings, how do we handle that? Well, we're going to hear from assessors too, but
Mr. Chairman, I think, like the director has said here, the current system, you have half of a room here full of people who feel like the current system is not fair. And that we've had examples of issues of being taxed on unrealized capital gains and so acquisition on property that wasn't sold. Acquisition doesn't solve every problem. And trying to get at that idea that we're going to solve every one of these issues, the study bill gives us some insight as to what things we might want to nuance if we were to change this. And, I would point out, like in Proposition 13, the legislators and the bureaucracies would have never, ever given that a second thought. They fought that tooth and nail. But the people liked it, and the people still like it, even though there's been some changes and some nuanced changes to it. And so the acquisition study bill is not a panacea that solves every single little problem. It's that, do we think that our current system of fair market value, it's only been around 28 years. And I dare say, and the director can correct me, what we see today is not what we saw 28 years ago. Just like 40 years ago, Prop 13, it moved. It nuanced and it solved problems that came along. And so what I'm looking at out of this study is somebody has owned their home and they've chosen not to sell it. And I get what you're saying about the improvements. That happens at the point of that adjustment happens at the point of sale, of an acquisition. And so let's not read so much into this that this is going to solve every single problem. And the study is to find out, what do we need to look at to nuance this, should we go this direction. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that part again.
Thank you very much, Representative Jennings. Looking at the committee, looking at the Department of Revenue, I wonder if we should hear from the assessors and then plow down everybody that wants to testify on this. So Assessor Huxtable, looks like you're all alone.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's some more assessors that may have some additional comments.
Only if you screw up, I would imagine.
Correct, they're here to cover my back. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we did meet as the working group, and we really appreciate the opportunity to do that and to work with legislators, Department of Revenue, State Board of Equalization, and go through some of the concerns that we have with the administration of an acquisition value system. And then we did take to heart the questions that LSO put out, 2 phases. What kind of questions should we be asked that would involve statutory, regulatory, procedural changes should we want to implement this study? And then the second side of that is a review of the impacts. And so from the administrative side of this, a lot of our questions mirror and are identical to the departments, starting with valid sale. Defining valid sale, and I think we've heard enough today to see that is an issue. So that study needs to identify what is a valid sale. And then secondly, reporting a valid sale. Director Hinson mentioned briefly statements of consideration. We don't feel that those, as they are now, by any means would give us enough information. So in this study, should that scope include what kind of reporting would be required, including penalties for failure to report or incorrect reporting? As the statutes are now, and as the process is now, we have difficulty currently getting sales information with the statement of considerations that are here. And we're using those sales prices in our analysis. We're not setting a value for any one particular property. We are using it for an analysis purposes, and we still have trouble getting that. Every single week I have a taxpayer who purchased property that says, I don't have to tell you that. I don't have to talk to you. So increasing that when they know that sales price is going to directly set a value, I would have grave concerns about the accuracy and timing of getting that information. So the types of sales involved, what is considered, not only what is a valid sale, but what kind of sale. When there's a corporation merger, property is owned and in the name of a corporation, we don't always know that sale occurred because there's not a statement of consideration. They bought the company. The company name did not change. We don't always get that information. Excuse me?
Sorry. What you mean is they bought the equity interest, whether it's
Correct.
the stock or, yeah.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Gotcha.
Exactly. Financing, we've already talked a little bit about special financing, land contracts, contract for deeds, which we do still see. And on their face value, those may or may not be a valid sale, but they may be once you dig into them a little bit. So the reporting and the definition of those were things that the scope needs to cover. Another thing that Director Hinson talked about briefly is what kind of training education CAMA system changes would be required. Not the specifics, but how much and what the impact would be. Another regulatory thing that, and this kind of goes to the impacts of implementing it, we currently have compliance regulations. We have statistical analysis that are done on our work, both by the Department of Revenue and the State Board of Equalization. And that is in place in partly to make sure to the taxpayers that we're doing our job properly. And if we're not, that there's another agency reviewing what we're doing. We do a mass appraisal. Currently, that's what assessors are charged with. An acquisition study seems to be a fee appraisal of some sort mixed in with a mass appraisal. You're taking a sales price, once you determine what that is, to determine what that value is, but on unsold properties, you're having to come up with some way to value those properties. And not just the ones that have an addition, but you bought land and then you built a home or made a significant change. Somehow you have to value that improvement, at least according to our current statutes. That's what we do. And in the Constitution, it says we'll keep land and values separate. So that is one of those regulatory things that would need to be addressed when you're looking at acquisition, because as was stated, nobody ever breaks out the improvement from the land when there is a sales recorded, at least on the documents I've seen. And specifically, I'll go one step further with agricultural land. There are residences on agricultural land that would fall within this category. They are residential property. So pulling out the residential value of an agricultural sale would be a challenge. Not sure it's even feasible with what we have for reporting right now. But we do have concerns about not only the reporting, but the compliance. Right now, we have a sales ratio analysis, and our job is to be between 95 and 105% of the median sales ratio of those sales that we have used in our analysis. I can tell you that at least 99% of the assessors that I know, if not 100%, strive to be. Well, I don't.
You've got a fractional assessor out there.
We
gotta
do.
find them.
We may have for reasons beyond their control, but most of us are searching for a 96%.
Yeah.
We want to be a little bit above that 95 so that if something changes, we're still compliant. Nobody at this point is targeting 100%, that you're right at the sales price, because there's too much variance when you're talking about a median. Acquisition goes to 100%. You are at that sales price, and it stays there. An impact that we need covered in this scope is how long does it stay there? We've talked about that a little bit. Is it locked in until it sells again? Is it locked in until there's a major improvement, and what does that mean? And what happens when the property values go down? We are concerned about an increasing market right now. Are we going to do this scope so that it could be adjusted either way? Because there most likely will be a time when the property values go down. For me as a homeowner, I don't want my property value to go down because I like the fact that it gets higher and higher until the tax bill comes. And that's true for most everybody. But there will come a time when some of these values come down. I truly believe that. So as Director Hinson said, we do not look at acquisition value as property tax relief. That is not in all the research we've done, it's not put in there as a property tax relief mechanism, at least not in the short term. Maybe over a long-term study, if it's tweaked over the years, it becomes that. But just as a point with California, some of the questions that I get from taxpayers right now that are paying the higher prices for the property that's causing the increase in value are not from this jurisdiction. They come from out of state. The last two I talked to came from that particular state. When asked, what is it about this? It's your property tax. We want out of where we're at because yes, there was Prop 13, but then they added additional taxes and the rates went up. And so in the end, we're paying more taxes than we started out with. So I think that's interesting that it came from the actual taxpayers that moved to this state for the purpose. So I think we need to look at that, and in this acquisition study, it needs to look at, in my opinion, what other kind of taxes would be affected, if any, when you change your property tax to acquisition. Is there a transfer tax? Is there anything else that the other other states that have done this had to implement to keep the revenue neutral, because that's what we're saying, to keep it neutral. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Assessor Huck? Any questions? Any questions, Representative Sweeney? And then we'll go to Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and this goes to both Department of Revenue and our good assessors. And I understand having more definition, more questions answered in this study, but what I'm hearing is we're going to make this so complex to be able to evaluate. I, on the other hand, think if we could come up with some other parameters, we're first off talking residential, and try to narrow all of these bullet points in both memos down somewhat so it's not so overbearing. I think in my mind, I'd like to at least study it and look at it as a potential option in the future. I think it deserves a look at. But if you put all these parameters into the study, I just don't know if we'll ever get anything processed. And I understand where you're coming from, that you need these things, but such as implementation. I don't think we need to necessarily know how to implement what's going to be required at this point. This is simply to, in my mind again, simply to look at it in a broad view. With some of these things will need to be defined, but I'm just, do you have thoughts, or will we just end up with a garbage study then?
Mr.
There's
Chairman.
a chance to make a very short answer.
Representative Sweeney, please don't take our list that we want these things answered completely. We just think they need to be addressed in the study, mentioned, so that they're not forgotten. So that I'm not asking that the study tell us how much education we need to have. I'm saying, is that an issue? Yes or no? Is there an issue with how to value the unsold? Yes or no? So that it's not forgotten in the study, because if the study comes back and creates more questions for you and there's not an answer in that study that gives you direction where to go, are you looking at another study to answer that question? So we're just trying to point out administratively the items that need to be covered in that scope, not in detail, just so that they're not forgotten.
I had promised Gray.
I'm okay if I could, yeah, go ahead.
I've got Yen then.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Assessor Huxtable. So I think from your testimony, it sounds like there's a bunch of possible loopholes if we don't identify them that we would have to deal with, that would essentially make us have to create a whole bunch of either rules or statutory requirements. Do you think this would get really complicated really fast if we ended up doing this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, if you're talking about implementing the study, implementing the system, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that would have to be addressed by the legislature to get it implemented. As far as the study goes, I just want to make sure you get enough information so that you are knowledgeable when you make that decision when the study comes back. And you may not know all these nuances that we do, that we administer property tax. So I just want to make sure that you get the information you need to make a knowledgeable decision when that point comes.
Anybody else? We got Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate being able to look at the study and trying to figure some of those things that might be. But you made a statement that kind of caught my interest there that was kind kind of, I thought maybe is a little bit misleading that the people that you talked to who came from California, they didn't necessarily leave California because of Proposition 13. They may have easily left because of all of the other taxes that were piled on. And that might be a reaction that happens because of that. But the people of California, they've had plenty of opportunities to turn that back and go back to the previous system. They've never done it. The bureaucracies and the politicians have fought tooth and nail all the way. But the people have had opportunity to go back to that, and they haven't done it. So I think that's kind of an interesting aspect there, that it's not necessarily that they left because Proposition 13. It could be the political ambitions that added all the other taxes.
You feel qualified to answer that? I mean,
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, Representative Jennings, the two individuals I talked to, in their language, it was Prop 13. That is the reason they left. I'm not saying all people left for that. I'm not saying there wasn't other reasons, but that was part of the discussion as to why they left where they did, is because they were unhappy with the consequences of Prop 13. So I apologize if I was misleading, but those two individuals brought it to my attention. I didn't ask them, they brought it to my attention. So that, I'm sorry if I was misleading.
thank you. Anybody else? I think we should hear from other assessors. Thank you, Assessor Huxtable. Assessor Meyer. Mr. Co-Chairman, I have to make a phone call. Can you handle it? He's very easy to manage.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Pat Meyer, Park County Assessor. I just wanted to remind you guys that I did send a study on all 50 states. And in that study, it included who assesses it, whether it's the Department of Revenue in some states or the assessors, the taxpayers that are residents, what kind of legal thing, do they get homeowners exemptions, senior exemptions, and so forth. Now, it's kind of a bit overwhelming document because you got to go for the references. You got to get on the internet and really search things out, try to figure out whatever happened. But if you guys want this study, I still got it. I can still email it to you, but it is a lot. What I've been working on is taking the study and trying to figure out what's the best tax relief we can give it. I mean, I have no problems with, let's check out acquisition, I mean, it doesn't hurt. The third party is going to be somebody really good, and they're going to be able to know what questions you want. We can send them questions and so forth, but, I think we should get it done once and for all and see if that's the direction we want to go in, without trying to figure out their whole tax system. Because I'll tell you, what we took away from Arizona was to simplify it. But if you go into Arizona's, all their tax structure, it's really complicated. And there's a lot of states like that. If we're just trying to work on tax relief, we're just finding the best of what those states did. Now, Florida is not on acquisition, but Florida has some great stuff to it. And I'll just show this because I had a friend of mine who got married to a girl in Florida, and he was getting the veterans exemption in Wyoming. Well, Florida offers this save the house exemption. And her tax bill, she lives on the ocean in Clearwater, was $26,500. That's what she paid a year. But save the house, you get $20,000 off that price. As long as you don't have any exemption and you're in your house 6 months out of the year, you get that $20,000 off. I mean, and it can only go up 3% after that, or whatever. If the inflation's lower, it goes up there. So they have a pretty good deal there, but let's face it, they also make a lot of money on sales tax and so forth in different ways. So if you're looking for just some kind of relief, though, you got to just kind of pick at these. If you want to study all the states and see what else they're paying, okay, but it'll be complicated for you.
Yeah, for sure.
With that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions? Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, so can you tell us, is California the only state on acquisition?
Yes, that's the only state I have found on acquisition right now.
Okay. Very good. All right, any other questions, members? Appreciate your work and, Senator Schuler, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I know you mentioned in your study about Arizona that they have two values, the market value and taxable value. Is theirs just so complicated that we couldn't
Their
take a look
other
at that?
tax structure is, this part of it isn't complicated at all on how they're supplying tax relief. In fact, they like it. I mean, on your assessment schedule, you got fair market value, the assessors are doing the same job as all, and then you have a limited. They just decided on 5%, you know, and nobody really tells me where they got that percentage from. What we were proposing is the average increase over the last 25 years for. We shouldn't be going over there because we've been living off that for years and not really hurting. Our taxes, but our taxes have never gone down in Park County. Even during the bad times of 2008, when prices were dropping, we stayed even. We weren't going up at all, barely, but we never really went down.
You know, I think, I was thinking of Wyoming, you know, in the 90s, the late 80s, when the whole state crashed, you know, Casper crashed. Prices went down, taxes went down. Every house, there were a lot of empty houses, and around the whole state, we lost a lot of population. So I think when you pick that start, to average it is important as well. I mean,
Right.
you know, I think a first house I bought in Casper, when I came back to Natrona County, after I did my little youth and education world tour, get married and come back, I think it was like the first time it sold in the 70s was 140,000. I bought it for like 60. I think it recently sold for 300. And so I think where you did that average from the 90s, I think where you pick that average is going to be really important as well.
I did. I
So-
started at 96 because I thought the previous years were just too
It's too
scattered.
bad.
I mean,
Yeah.
we went from 90 to 94 where you could only go up 25% and you could only go down 25%. So there was 4 years that was the limit. It took quite a while to get on track. You know, it was the late 90s when assessors were really, you know, starting to learn. I mean, when I started, I was having to do the COD and stuff by hand and go into subdivisions and put market adjustments on to get them.
Let me ask you too, what about just talking about tax relief? I mean, I've heard from people in Castro have contacted me are longtime residents. You know, people, senior citizens who have lived here 30, 40, 50 years. And that's to save the house, what we're talking about. I don't think we're talking about a person just moved here to Teton County or wherever and became a real estate millionaire, you know, by selling for $1 million, coming here, buying half and cashing out the rest. I don't think that's our issue. It's our parents and grandparents who've been here forever. So what are some states doing? We'd have to change our constitution to provide that specific kind of exemption, like a 65-year-old who's been here 30 years. I mean, we'd have to change the constitution.
Yeah,
But are there other states doing that?
A lot, Mr. Chairman, there are a lot of states with different things on it,
Yeah.
you know, on it to consider. So many are giving senior citizens, first 150,000 of value is exempt if you're 65 or over, no income requirements. That state was Alaska.
Yeah.
And so forth. So when you look over this, you'll see a lot of it, you know, a lot of different things for tax relief. I think Wyoming's doing the right thing right now with the refund program. You know, I think that income has to go up because the other people are still, maybe they're not on fixed income, but they don't make that much money either, and they're coming in as well. Because when we have dramatic increases, like Park County's going through right now, I mean, there's, you know, and we don't need the money. The problem with tax caps, of course, certain people pay more of a burden than the others. That's a possibility. I don't believe my taxpayers care what their neighbors are paying anymore. They're just worried about their increase in taxes and what are they gonna do? So I think there's a lot to consider.
On that
but-
property tax relief program, Vars, and you mentioned raising that income level, 75% now, the median of the county or state. What's your opinion?
I'd like to see it go up to 100% of the
Yeah.
median, right off the bat, 100%. That's going to help some additional people out. And I mean, we've talked about the renters. There might be other ways to help the renters, but
Right.
if you keep the housing market to a reasonable rate that they don't have to go up there, they have a much better chance of the landlord not giving that over to them. And there are other ones that are mentioned for helping renters, and we should explore them.
Sure,
doubt.
a lot of states do that, renter
Yes.
refund stuff.
Right,
You
so
bet.
we should be exploring that, and I
Yeah.
hope we do.
Very good. Any other, I kind of hogged the questions here the last few minutes. Any other questions? Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Meyer, does Park County, as far as tax relief goes, do they, I know it's a county option, do they have the tax deferral program?
No, we've never used a tax deferral program. No, but I believe it's in statutes that we could have, but no, there were some difficulties there. The only ones I know who did it was Teton County.
Right, and I often wondered about that too, if you had a deal where, you got to help the county, the locals, but make sure they're held. But what a way to put off your capital gains tax till later. I mean, really, but folks just don't want to do that.
Well, in one of the circuit breakers, you'll start hearing that term, like from the Lincoln Institute and so forth. Circuit breakers are talking about deferrals that you don't pay any taxes until you sell your house, because a lot of people are in fixed income, own their house. I'm sure there's problems with that too, because you're going to pay interest on it in the end. And, your kids aren't going to get it free and clear. They're going to, so you won't be able to do that part. But it is a way to keep your house.
All right.
And most people on fixed income already own it. It's definitely should be another consideration that we talk about in Wyoming.
Yeah, no, it's good. I think there's a way we could structure that where it's easier to get done and really straightforward and simple. But, okay, anyone else? Question? Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask Mr. Meyer the question that I've asked other people, and that is, why don't we put a cap on these assessed values, whether it's constitutional or not, leave that up to the Supreme Court to decide, but that would cover the people in the interim before they decide. What is wrong with that concept, Mr. Meyer?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Holloman, that would be just fine with me in Park County. We'd love you guys to do that. Let's just do it and we'll worry about it later. I mean, that's okay by me, I mean, I don't mind.
Well, isn't there the cap issue though? Really, there's two ways. Maybe there's more, Dallas, that you could cap. Representative Hallinan talked about, the assessed value cap. That's one way, but a lot of states cap the actual increase and the tax bill as capped. What's your thoughts or your opinion on that?
I'm not sure that's exactly right, that they cap a lot of them do have 3% though, and 5%, so you can go up, or you only can go up what the inflation does, or it's got to be lower than 3% before you only go up that much, and so forth. I mean, I don't think you can just freeze the increases. I mean, you have to have some way of doing it. That's why in Wyoming, when we've averaged around 7%, I would think that would be a starting point, but letting you also be able to adjust that, in future years. Well, wow. Now, if we could do that in statutes without changing the Constitution, I think that would be great. I'm all for that.
I would have loved only a 7% increase this past year. Yeah.
I bought my house for $59,000 too, although I owe more on it because
any other
because of the usual.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Assessor Meyer. Appreciate it. And you'll be standing by, and I'm going to turn this back over to the good chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chairman. You did great. Okay, who else would like to testify on this bill? Got more assessors? Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, wanted to let you know that Assessor Davis is online.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you for that. We'll get him.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Melissa Schinkel, Teton County Assessor. I would ask for you to pass this bill in support of this study. I speak to hundreds, if not thousands, of taxpayers each year. And believe it or not, I still also have some people who have lived in their homes for 35 or 40 years on fixed incomes who are really struggling. While the acquisition concept may not seem like a relief, I think if you pair it with a capped increase each year, which is what I believe California does, even if you purchase a home this year, you're going to go up 3% next year. And the person who's owned their house for 50 years is going to go up 3%. It may not seem like a relief program, but it will have an effect on those people who are on fixed incomes and have owned their homes for a long time in Wyoming. It will help them. So I would just encourage your favorable support and thank you. I think it's incumbent upon all of us as electeds to show our taxpayers that we're doing everything we can to assist them. And right now, they need the assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the assessor? Thank you. Who's next? Should we go to the online? Let's go ahead. Assessor Davis, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. You look very serious today.
I'm always serious. I'm an assessor. The assessors had asked a lot of detailed questions in response to the LSO memo, just simply because that's what we thought was required. So we did put forth a lot of detailed questions that may or may not be part of the constitutional amendment that's trying to be accomplished here. The one thing that I want you to be aware of too, we're talking about the taxpayers who need the relief and very, very valid. But the other thing we need to do is talk about revenue loss. There are smaller counties, say Goshen, Niobrara, some of the smaller counties who rely on that property tax revenue to provide the services to their taxpayers within their jurisdiction. And where you are trying to relieve taxpayers, you're also burdening the local government to come up with additional revenue to provide the same services. So just another point to be taken in this argument. I do think, back to Representative Gray's idea of going back to 2017, since that was mentioned, I'm trying to figure out how I would identify improvements to property since that timeframe, whether it be 2017, 2019, how I would identify changes, how I would administer that. There may be a way, but it's not coming to me at this point. Representative Hallinan had talked about putting a 3% cap on everything. There are people who don't need property tax relief. There are people who are doing just fine and their property tax bill is not a burden to them. When we talked about this in Lander with the working group, one of the things that we had discussed was making sure we targeted for the relief portion, at least the people who were in need. And that 3% cap would actually apply to everyone, not just the people who really need the relief. Those are my comments on the discussion to this point, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Assessor Davis. Anybody? We've got Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you just brought up a very good point, and so is how you, so where I live and the property taxes are rising because of the multi-million-dollar houses going in, the people that I don't believe do need the tax relief. But how do you separate the people that absolutely do need the tax relief and the people that don't? And how do you assess that? How could you, do you have any ideas on how you could solve that problem? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Assessor.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Roscoe, I would believe that the legislature already took a very large step in helping those people by funding the property tax relief program. And I think continuing to fund that and increasing the income requirements would include more people in the relief program. And if the legislature truly does want to help people who need property tax relief, I think that's the best method because it's already in statute. There is no constitutional amendment that has to be passed. It can be handled now, and there's no loss in revenue to anyone. The taxes have to be paid. The people have to meet the income requirements to receive the relief. And there's no taxing authority that's left short. The only person, I mean, the legislature's funding it, and I think it works. And I think we've had a tremendous response to that, and I hope it will continue. But I think that's the best way to provide relief. I mean, if the legislature chooses to take Wyoming down the acquisition values method of appraisal, that's a different issue. And I agree with, I don't know if it was Director Henson or Assessor Huxtable, that said that's not property tax relief. That's a different way to value property for taxation. And a study, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with a study, but in that study, you know, I think the questions from the Department of Revenue and the questions from the assessors need to at least be addressed so the legislature can make an informed decision and a good decision for the taxpayers of the state of Wyoming.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for the assessor? Thank you, Assessor Davis. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, any other public officials? Any Board of Equalization? Staying out of this, huh? Let's hear from the public, ma'am. You betcha. Welcome. Come on up. And this is on this acquisition study bill. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
It looks like that mic's already on, so get right up close to it.
My name is Susan Martin. I live at 15606 Bates Creek Lane. I've lived in Wyoming for nearly 20 years. I lived in California for 35.
Uh-oh.
We were a big benefit of Prop 13. We bought our house in 1992 when we were first married, 2 years after we were first married. I paid about $185,000 for it, and it went up, the property tax on it went up about $20 a year. For what we sold it 13 years later, there's no way that my husband, Harry, and I could have afforded the property tax if it had gone up like it's going up here. I mean, my property tax went up $1,000 on my home here, and we had no improvements on it at all. It was the one positive thing California did, and I don't know who the lady talked to, but that was never a reason to leave California. It was all the other taxes. I mean, you had to have your car emissions done, tested every year. That cost you $150. And then if they didn't like the emissions on it, you paid $700 to fix it. That goes on every 2 years in California. There's stuff like that all the way through California legislatively and rules that they put on you for taxes. So I don't know why anybody would put down Prop 13. That was never even a question for moving out of here. Everything else was the schools and everything else in California. Where we live, like I said, my property tax in the last 20 years has gone up substantially from what we first purchased the home for out here. And if it continues to go up, my husband's military is retired. I'm military. I'm not retired. I was only in 10 years. He was in 26. And if it keeps going up like it was, we will not be able to afford the property taxes here. And I don't care if you give us the military discount, because I know there is a little bit they give off. It's not enough because it's going up 1,000 every year. And there's people on our street that are young. I mean, I'm old. They're young and they've gone into these homes and they're just barely making it, especially with the economy right now. I mean, it's just terrible what's going on. And I mean, it's just an added burden, the property tax going up so far. So, and they do need relief right away. People need relief right away. You need long-term relief so that you can fix things as things go forward, whether it goes up or whether it goes down. In California, it went up for all those years that we lived in that house. We were very lucky. And somebody told me that, oh, you're real lucky. Your property's gone up. You paid, $200 for it and now it's worth $500. That does me no good. Even if I sell it, where do I go? Where do I go? Tell me where I go. And I mean, you've got people that are in their 70s that are facing this problem. I'm nearly 60. I can't even imagine going forward, you know? So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that Prop 13 was a very, very, very good law or legislation that they put through. And young people benefited for it because when you bought that home, you knew exactly what your property taxes were going to be 10 years from now. Here, you don't know that. It's a guessing game. So we could judge with our income. My husband was an engineer, I was a teacher, so we had a decent income, okay? We still couldn't afford it by what we sold that. I won't even tell you what we sold that house for. There's no way we could have afforded the property tax if it had gone up like it's going up here in California. We were dang lucky that they had Prop 13. And nobody's leaving California because of Prop 13. Nobody. They're leaving for a lot of other reasons, and I could go through those really quick.
Ms. Martin, just hang tight. It's Martin, right?
Mrs. Martin.
Yeah.
Susan Martin, yes.
Mrs. Martin. Representative Yin has a question, I believe?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Martin, so in the sheet that we got from LSO, the impact for 2026, if we implemented acquisition value, would be a loss of $242 million for the fiscal year of 2026. So I guess my question to you is, do you have a suggestion on a different type of revenue generation for the state of Wyoming?
Maybe cutting some of the budget. Maybe cutting some of the budget.
Please,
you know?
apologies, Mr. Chairman, if I could finish.
I'm sorry, we kind of got to do things orderly.
Okay.
So we got to work through the chair. It's just to keep people from getting in a face-to-face. So I'm going to let Representative Yen finish, and I'll call on you, and you can go.
Much appreciated, Mr. Chairman. So Mrs. Martin, I think the indication that Assessor Huxtable noted was that because of the loss in revenue, the legislature in California was pushed to find different revenue options. So the end result was that there were new taxes that were implemented after Prop 13 happened. So I don't think that there's a big desire to implement new taxes, but I think if we lose $242 million, I'm not sure that cuts would necessarily do it. So if we couldn't cover everything with cuts, is there something that you would suggest that we replace the revenue with?
Thank you, Representative Yen. And I do want to just say one thing. I think the revenue implication was kind of qualified that was offered by staff. And I think that the testimony has been going to acquisition value is not necessarily going to reduce taxes or not. It depends on the other elements. But with that, I go back to you, Mrs. Martin. And
I don't think it's 100% acquisition is going to solve everything.
Mhm.
Okay. But I think it's a good first step. I really do, because it looks to the future of where we're going with property tax. Basically, there's no rules right now. I mean, it's just going up and up and up. I mean, there's absolutely no rules. I mean, and honestly, I be honest with you, I would say cut the budget across the board 5%. I mean, then you might have a little bit of extra money, because it can keep going up what you need to finance the county, but at some point, nobody's going to be able to afford it. I mean, I know I'm not, and we worked hard. You know, we got degrees, we had good jobs, and we couldn't afford some of this property tax. There's no way in California. And I mean, honestly, if we had come in and not bought our house like we did, we probably wouldn't be able to afford. We struggled to pay the property taxes right now because we're retired. And his pension's not going up for the military. Social Security is not going up. Everything else is going up at the supermarket and everywhere else. I mean, you're just going to squeeze people until they can't afford their homes anymore and they're out.
Thank you.
I can't solve everything. I understand that you need so much money, but at some point, people aren't going to be able to afford it at all.
So thank you very much. Ms. Martin, there's one thing. So most property taxes fund local government. So the legislature has some control over property taxes in the sense that most property taxes go to fund schools.
Right.
About roughly 2/3. And then some goes to fund the county and some goes to fund the cities. The state really doesn't get any property tax at all.
Well,
So
Sorry.
I just, that puts us in a difficult situation when you say cut the budget. We could cut the budget for the schools. That's the tool that we have. But the trouble is, and I hear you, I see you nodding, we just have a lawsuit filed about funding for the schools and being inadequate. So it's a bind for us. You appreciate that,
No,
I'm
I
sure.
appreciate it. I worked for LA Unified for a lot of years, and I saw where the money went for LA Unified, and I know where the money goes for the districts. It's not pretty. And I really, you can keep throwing money at the schools, and if you don't have a good program in the schools, the money's just going down the drain. And that's the problem here. I mean, basically, I could get into a whole thing about the school districts, but your school district here is following exactly what California is doing. Right the way across the country, it's the same curriculums, it's the same district. I mean, the Department of Education funds and distributes it. Just because we're in Wyoming and maybe we're right-wing or we're more conservative here, that's not the way the schools work. That's not the way it works. So you can throw money, as much money as you want at the schools. It's not going to make any difference in how you're going to educate these kids unless you have a decent program, a decent curriculum, and you're teaching the 3 Rs.
So, ma'am, I'm not sure we should get into the school.
I know,
fund.
but
I'm
you
only
asked me-
trying to point out that your solution is to cut the budget, and we have some limits about doing that. And I do
Right.
appreciate your testimony today.
And just let me add something.
One
When
thing.
Prop 13 went in, you didn't just pay $20 a year. It did go up. I mean, every year there was a little bit of an increase. It wasn't a stagnant percentage. It did increase, but it really saved a lot of people from losing their homes there. Huge. And
So, Mr. Chairman.
so,
Mr. Co-Chairman.
So really, and I think that's part, again, back to the valuation of property. But it was really the cap on increases is what saved you for your 30 years in California. I mean, because it was valued at
The
what you
cap of
bought.
Mrs. Martin, we're going to
sorry.
go through me.
I'm sorry.
Increase. That's the key, I think. So even if we do, fair market value, whatever we value it at, but capping the increase, that's what's killing us. That's your $1,000 a year increase. That's the problem. It's the massive increases. So, yeah. So anyway, that's that part. Then just to give you a perspective on the size of our budget, I mean, we got people in this state that have bigger salaries than our state budget, but a 5% cut, it's about 75 million a year in this revenue loss of 240 or whatever on the school side or whatever. It's about that. So it's, it's a significant change. There's no doubt, but I think we're just trying to get relief to people, man, who have, who have been living in their places a long time, and it's becoming a burden. So that's what we're working on. So thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
Mrs. Martin, back to
just
you.
one other thing. You got to remember, it's not just the elderly, it's the young as well that go into their homes and they just can't afford these taxes coming in. I mean, it's burdensome. I mean, it's not good. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Martin. Who would like to testify next? Mr. Ide, welcome. Remember, everybody, we're on the acquisition value study.
Bob Ide again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, co-chair members. Just a couple of quick things. I'll be brief again. I notice in this bill, this draft, they're kind of carving out commercial and agriculture in here also. And I just want to be a voice there again, wondering, I guess my question is, if this is carved out of the acquisition draft bill here, does that mean it's left out of the debate in acquisition value when you're determining values for agriculture and for commercial property? And that's my first question. I've got one other one. If somebody could address that, I would like to know why commercial and agriculture were carved out of that study.
Anybody want to take that on?
Mr. Chairman.
It's your bill, so let's hear it.
I think it was kind of an oversight.
Is your
The
mic on?
I'm sorry.
Is your mic on? I can't see the light.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I couldn't hear you.
So I think that was kind of a little bit of an oversight. The agricultural is based on a different formula. And so probably the commercial probably should be back into that, to, at least for the study site. But the agriculture is a completely different formula, and so we didn't want to get out there into a bunch of different things.
Good. That's.
Okay, go ahead. Back to you, Mr.
The other question, or I guess it's more of a comment, is there was a discussion on the improvements after determining acquisition value and how you deal with that going forward. And if I understood Representative Jennings right, and I agree with him if I understood him right, is that acquisition, those improvements after you determine the acquisition value would be, there really wouldn't be in effect until the property's sold at a later date. Is that correct?
I think that was your argument. I might propose kind of a counter argument. You could imagine buying a place and it's a small house, and then you add on and double the size of the house, triple the size of the house. And so you've made a huge investment, but that's not part of the acquisition value unless we decide that it is. And so you've got 3 times the house that you actually purchased, but you're paying taxes on a third of it. I mean, that's a kind of hyperbole. I get that, but I'm just doing it as an example. So are these improvements important? I think we had testimony, Representative Baker, that, you know, lots of times when in real estate you buy something, it's discounted because it needs improvements. And so then you make the improvements. So you end up with the cost of the improvements is really part of your acquisition value, but it would not be considered possibly under this proposal. So just things to think about. I don't think all the answers are there, but I think that's the questions that are raised. And is that fair?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand that argument as well. I think there's a disincentive to do improvements if you're getting punished for them as well. So that would be the flip side of what you just
exactly
referenced.
true.
Yeah.
That's a real drawback of property taxes is that you don't want to fix something up because it's going to cause your property taxes to go up and will get somebody's attention that something's happening at your house.
Right.
I get that too. I do appreciate your testimony. Any other questions for Mr. Ide? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. You've been very patient.
I'm Brenda Johnson.
We got to get close to the mic because
I'm Brenda Johnson, and I have a question on this acquisition. And maybe I missed this, but is there some kind of legislation in here that is going to change it where Wyoming is no longer a non-disclosure state?
Ma'am, Ms. Johnson, we're going to have a separate bill on that very
Okay,
issue.
that's what I said. Maybe I missed that, and I
Yeah.
was wondering because
Yeah,
that's kind of cart before the horse if you don't change
I
that.
get it. It's just the way our agenda is, but we do have a separate bill on, for full disclosure.
Well, that
And
was my question.
thank you. Who else would like to address the committee? Who else would like to address the committee? Anybody online? Okay. Well, committee, we kind of come through this. I'm not sure where you want to go with this. I think, do we want to move it forward? What's your pleasure?
Move the bill.
Okay, I got a motion by Sweeney. Is there a second? Second by Jennings. Discussion. And I just want to, the art of the possible, we can pass the bill as is, of course. We could work the bill a little bit, or we could come up with a list of things that we'd want staff to add to the bill and carry it forward. I mean, you're not limited to up or down right now. And I'm conscious of our time. To try to work the bill and fill all the holes in my mind would that's a big lift. But I'm open to the committee. Mr. Representative Jennings.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see us incorporate or have LSO draft up with what the department and the assessors have come up with for questions. Because I do want a very robust study, because I think we need to answer, that's what the study is about, to find out what do we not know? What nuances would we need to, you know, the question was brought up about revenue neutral. When I put that in there, what I was thinking about was education funding. I didn't want us to roll back far enough that we harmed education funding. And so I was thinking, if you rolled back before this last hyperinflationary, if you went back 19, 18, somewhere in there, and try and make that to where it was revenue neutral to our schools, so that you weren't going back and cutting what LSO said, $240-some million or whatever the number was. And so I think asking all of those questions, I'd prefer the study would be robust and answer those questions that we're still going to run into problems. And I look at, we didn't get here to this problem, maybe back when 40 years ago, when this system was put in place, if we'd have put a 3% cap, we might not be here asking this question today. But I think there's enough problems that it behooves us to do the study.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Got a lot of Mr. Chairman's going on. Representative Gray. Then
Well,
we'll go
thank you,
down the
Mr.
line.
Chairman. I like the bill. I like the concept. My name's on it. I was on it last year. I do think, like Representative Jennings said, we could do a little more on getting exactly where we're going with this and providing direction, so that, especially now, it looks like we're going this direction where it's going to be a third party. That's going to be an expense to the state. And I want to make sure we get a document back that is really answering these questions. So I do think I would prefer for it to be in the text of the bill. And I appreciate Mr. Anderson's work on those, that the memo we got, but I think, especially because our working group met about a week and a half ago, there wasn't enough time. I mean, I think this is up to 1.5 to 3 pages of direction. And we have 2 other documents in addition to Mr. Anderson's document, the assessor's document, and then the DOR document that we haven't put into legislative language. And I think we need to do that. So, either we need to have another group do that, or we need to work it into the existing property tax working group, but we need to get some exact language to put into the bill. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Back Senator Pappas, and we'll work our way down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I'm some of the same sentiments there, as far as there will be a cost to this, obviously, a study, especially with a third party. So it's going to need an appropriation. That number we don't know. I don't know that we know what the study is going to cost us, and maybe that's something that we can have. So, this is certainly not ready for prime time. I'm on the fence on whether I even support the concept, but I certainly want to learn more about it. So I think if we can get it down the road and get some of the information as far as cost, and what that appropriation would be, that would be my preferred action.
Thank you. Roscoe, Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have to take the other opinion on this, that we could save the state some money. I don't think this is needed. I think there are a few other ways to adjust our tax problem. This is an idea that has not worked in other states, and it has not been reinstituted, or other states haven't tried it. I don't think it's the answer. I don't think we're going to get enough out of this study to benefit from it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have some amendments that I'd like to bring if now is appropriate time, or if we want to keep
Yeah,
talking.
why don't you throw them out there and let's hear what you're thinking. I think we're working informally. We're not really trying to fix this bill. We're trying to give direction for the future, which may involve a subgroup or the working group coming back. But let's hear your proposals.
Okay, so on page 2, line 1 after the period, I was wanting to insert property tax increases on privately owned property are limited to no more than 2% per year, as long as primary residence has not changed for that property. Once sold, property shall be reassessed at no more than 1% of the sale price. And the 2% yearly property tax increase shall start from the newest recorded sale price. It should be no more than 2% per year increase. Then after that, so that'll replace the practice of annually reassessing property at market value with an assessment system based on cost of acquisition. Also, after a minimum of a 30-year mortgage has been paid off or 30 years of property taxes has been paid on the property, there shall be no additional property taxes or any other taxes collected from that property. As long as the property is paid off after 30 years, then there shall be no taxes collected from that property. If there's a debt on the property, then there shall be taxes collected from that property. This is kind of encourage people to practice smart money, be debt-free. This shall apply to residential properties only. And then also, I'm not a big fan of the study either. So I don't like that language. I want to get rid of that. We already know what this is going to do. This is going to very much benefit the people. Government should adapt. We are customer service. We are here to serve the people. We need to adapt. We need to suck it up and just deal with it. So that's how I feel about that part. Like I said, I want to delete lines 2.
Let me just be clear. You've got on the acquisition, tax acquisition value study, you're proposing that we figure it with a 2% cap. And then-
Annually.
Annually,
So
yeah.
no more than 2%.
And then also that the taxes would go away
After 30 years.
after 30 years of things. Okay, what's your third thing?
So on page 2, lines 1 through 6, that would be after the period. Delete that through used. Then on page 2, line 9, delete consult with and insert inform. And then after study, insert results.
Okay, those are kind of particular amendments, something that's still kind of a work in progress, but I understand the gist of it.
So
Committee,
those were the suggestions I had.
okay. Committee, how do you want to proceed on this bill? I think we've got a suggestion for some modifications from Senator James. We've got some suggestions to incorporate the thinking of the Department of Revenue and the assessors from Jennings and Gray. And to do that is more than I'm not sure we can just throw that back at staff and say, bring us another bill draft at our next meeting. I would suspect that folks should work on this a little bit. Is that acceptable? What about you think, Mr. Co-Chairman? Where are you at?
Maybe we poll the committee and see if the committee wants to work on it. If there's a majority here that wants to work on it. I mean, if see where everybody's at a little bit, I think.
That's a good idea. I think that's a great, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My view is that we continue with the work and that we either create a new subgroup or a subgroup of the working group. I think the working group has gotten, is pretty big. I think this kind of thing I've seen, if it's 3 to 4 people, and we can go back to the bigger group to make sure that, ideologically, it is in line with where the committee's at. But I just think we need to create a small group of 3 to 4 people that are passionate about this to actually, in my 6 years of experience in the legislature, when you get it down to 3 to 4 people, because there's some real work that needs to be done here. And we come back with 15 to 20 questions written in legislative language that we can insert into this bill and debate it with the bigger working group and also at the November meeting. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
That's very fair. I think that's probably doable. Let's just check the pulse of the committee. would that kind of structure be an acceptable way to move forward, or you want to not move the bill forward at all? So let's just do it. All in favor of moving this bill forward in some form, please raise your hand. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. The idea of having a smaller group, I do think it needs to be small. With your indulgence, could we just let our chairman appoint the group? And I'm very cognizant of who needs to be on it. I understand that if you're a sponsor of this bill, you need to be on it. Senator James, you've got some good ideas. You need to be on this group. And we'll keep it small and just let us do that. Is that all right? So I know for sure that we'd have Jennings and Gray and James. I think we need a couple more members, and if it's okay with you, we would just appoint those. Is that all right? All right. All in favor of moving forward like that, just raise your hand. That'd be great. Thank you for that. We'll do that. Okay. Pardon, go ahead.
I would suggest, and ultimately it is your discretion, if we could keep it to 4 or 5, and we can come back to the bigger working group.
I think I agree with you about.
Okay, thank
I
you.
really do. You can come, we can decide if we want to bring it back to the working group or not. But 4 or 5, so 1 or 2 more members.
Could the working group, Mr.
Representative
Chairman-
Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the working group also incorporate what Senator Pappas was talking about as far as just leaving a placeholder? This bill doesn't say anything about an outside third party. It's just directing the department. This absolutely needs a third party. And then there'd just be a placeholder.
I agree on that. Is everyone in agreement about the need for third party? If you are, raise your hand. Okay. It seems like everybody's in agreement on that. So yes, we're thinking third party. Is that an acceptable way to go forward? Okay. We'll point that group straight away. We know who's at least 3 people that are on it. And so how do you want to begin? How do you want to go forward, Mr. Co-Chairman? We're kind of at any ideas? Do we want to go to lunch and let our heads clear? We've still got, for sure, we got to get the State Board of Equalization, and we actually have how many more bill drafts do we got, Josh? We've got the Homestead exemption and the statement of consideration. Is that right? You want to work one of them? Let's work the Homestead exemption. Josh, can you help us with that? It is LSO 23 LSO 195.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Again, Josh Anderson, LSO. This was an idea that came out of.
Just to be clear, we'll get the Board of Equalization after lunch. Is that okay? Yeah. Why don't you come forward? Would you come forward? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say you could just punt those off today and move them to the November meeting because they're just really quick policy questions. And that'll give you a little bit more time to work on some of the other issues.
Yeah, and I want to point out to the committee that we weren't really planning on working those bills today.
Yeah.
That was going to go to November, but they were, because they weren't properly noticed. But we have 2 bills on the agenda, and Ms. Mockler, you have another bill that you might be
Well, and
supporting.
if you do all 3 of them in November, it's probably easier, Mr. Chairman, and we have to be back in Cheyenne by 3:30.
Okay. Why don't you just let the public know what the bills are real quickly, and then you can get on the road.
Okay, the first bill is the issue of the remand from the county boards of equalization or from the Board of Equalization, and what direction we would give to the county to go back to the taxpayers so that it kind of closes this endless loop of who knows who's going to actually fix the problem at the end. And it's kind of just a discussion of that. And it might get more complicated because the assessors disagree with the board. So it might benefit us to have a little bit more time to work with the assessors on that one. The second one is a discussion of what authority the board has to look at an issue. So if a taxpayer and the county don't bring something up, but they obviously missed something in the discussion, we would have the ability to bring it up as a board. And the Supreme Court said that in an earlier appeal that we had, that we can only look at a question that they bring us, that we can't look outside of that, even though they've maybe missed the law that was that issue in that case. So that's a little bit more technical, but I don't think it's going to take a lot more time when we actually get to the discussion, and we can hold that until to your later meeting. And the third bill is the examination authority, where the board has the ability at the request of a taxpayer to go back and look at how an assessor works and what their practice is within their office if they feel that there's a complaint. It had just been abused because people that missed their appeal deadlines would come to us and say, would you please go back and say this assessor did it wrong? And that wasn't the appropriate for him. So it was that bill that isn't in the table today is just to clear that up a little bit.
Okay, now, and I understand it, the entire board is kind of have a few different opinions about the latter bill.
The last bill, I think the two other board members get frustrated that everybody's trying to use it as an appeal, because they missed their appeal deadline, and they wanted to eliminate it and say, it's rarely real. It has never been used for what it's supposed to be used for. It's being used because I missed my appeal. And I think I was the one that disagreed and said, just leave it there. Nobody's using it. But if there really was a problem going forward with an assessor, it might be necessary sometime to have it.
Okay.
So that's the three bills, and easily we can let them go today.
Thank you, and we would be able to get them on the website so the public can take a look at it. Might solve some of these issues that the public has expressed, so.
Right.
I'm sorry, Representative Sweeney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of county commissioners here prepared to talk about the county board 23 LSO 0061, County Board of Equalization Authority. And so I'm not real excited about pushing that particular one back to the November personally, so.
Well, Representative Sweeney, I can't fix all things at once. These guys have a 3 o'clock deadline back in Cheyenne. The bills weren't properly noticed, but I think that we could certainly entertain comment from our county commissioners about the bill with the idea that we're not going to work it today. So I don't think we can do that until after lunch, though.
Mr. Chairman, and we do have our third board member watching online. And
Yeah.
so we can call Dave and have him be available if that would work that way, to do it through Zoom instead of, Marty and I who have to actually drive back. But, and as far as the comments, I think there are assessors here who commented too. And I think as we looked at the draft and it came through when Josh finished it, we found that the assessors kind of disagree with us. And it's really it's a very big semantics of what is making policy and what is setting policy. And so I don't know that you would even, I think taking the testimony will get you closer, and we can listen on the way home as well. But I don't think you can work the bill today because of the controversy with the different groups.
And I don't think we properly noticed it, to be honest. But is that acceptable, Representative Sweeney? We will definitely hear from anybody who wants to testify on it, but we're going to do the next bill, and then we're going to go to lunch. So with that, drive safely.
Thank you,
Get down
Mr.
there and
Chairman.
equalize Cheyenne and have fun. Thank you. So just everybody, former Senator and Representative Mockler was in my class, my first class in the legislature. Josh, we're to you, and we're all the way up to property tax homestead exemption.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. As I noted earlier, this was an idea that came out of the working group a couple of weeks ago. And so I guess it was a relatively quick draft, Mr. Chairman. And what it tries to do is implement a property tax exemption. And on page 2, you'll see it would be for property used as a primary residence, the first $50,000 of fair market value would be exempt as a homestead exemption. And then a lot of this language was taken or adapted from the homeowner's tax credit that is currently in the law but not funded for many, many years now. So just provides that not more than one homestead exemption for the same property and not more than one owner can apply, including family dwellings that house more than one family. Requires the claim to be made to the county assessor not later than the 4th Monday in May, and provides that false claims are punishable as a criminal case. Provides a definition of owner as the person who occupies and owns a primary residence, person who occupies a primary residence as a vendee in possession, or a person who occupies a primary residence owned by a business entity primarily formed for the purpose of farming or ranching, if they're a shareholder or a partner. And again, a lot of that is taken from that existing homeowner's tax credit language that's in law. Does provide a definition there of residential real property, which is property improved by a family dwelling designed to house not more than 4 families, and includes not more than 1 acre of land. The family dwelling may be an individual condominium unit, mobile home, or trailer if the dwelling is used as a primary residence. So that's the bill as it stands right now, Mr. Chairman, and I take any questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Anderson? Any questions for Mr. Anderson? Any thoughts? Okay, thank you. Any comments from the Department of Revenue or the assessors on this bill? Ms. Henson, welcome. Director Henson.
Mr. Chairman.
Pull it
members of the
close.
committee. Brenda Henson, Director of Revenue. As I've mentioned historically, we used to have what was called Wyoming homestead exemption. And that was originally under 39-1-204. It was initiated in 1979. It was changed in 1985 to be the homeowner's tax credit. So you'll see some of the language similar to what's in this draft in that homeowner's tax credit language. I do believe that it clarifies by calling it an exemption. The homestead exemption, although many states use that term, but anyone who does title work, we do know that that term homestead in legal cases, sometimes it means something other than property tax related. So sometimes there's some confusion there. But I also recognize that even though it's been the homeowner's tax credit since 1985, most people refer to, does Wyoming have a homestead exemption? And so I totally believe that the public would understand. I do think that as far as the way the language is drafted, it will be fairly easy to administer. I've noted that, unless I've missed it, I don't think there's any requirement or of the Department of Revenue to promulgate rules specific to this program. We do have a statutory requirement on the property tax refund program to promulgate rules. So that's just something, if you believe during the discussions that there may be items that perhaps aren't clear here that you would like us to handle at the Department of Revenue, it may simply mean that you just require us to promulgate rules. I do believe it does require that we prescribe the form. So, we can certainly do that. As far as the CAMA system, the system itself is capable of administering this homestead exemption in the language that it has stated here. We even have the opportunity to save those documents in the CAMA system on the application. And the other item, it's just recognizing that the way this bill is worded, if I'm understanding this bill correctly, This takes an annual application. And so just, some states don't require an annual application. It's just that they must verify that they still own the property and it's still their primary residence. But we can administer as it exists today. With that, I stand for any questions.
Questions for Ms. Henson? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a simple way to fix that where we could just sort of lock it in where, you know, people wouldn't have to fill that out every year until the property is sold? Maybe it's a question for Mr. Anderson if he wants to weigh in.
Josh.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, certainly so. You know, right now, the bill as drafted requires a claim every year on forms provided by the department. It could be that, you know, the claim could be as simple as just re-verifying that you own that property still. But we could certainly also, you know, make that more clear that it wouldn't require an annual change or an annual claim unless there's a change in the property. So.
Yeah, I think the only fly in the ointment, it's pretty minor. I mean, these are the assessors. They know who owns the property. So that's kind of easy to figure out. It's is it still your primary residence, which of course for most people in Wyoming that would be. And if that's true, why would we make them go through the hoop again? So maybe there would be an obligation if it was no longer their primary residence. But Director Henson.
Mr. Chairman, we did have some language that was added to the veterans exemption.
I remember, yeah.
Where basically it clarified that the veteran, by simply notifying the county assessor of that it's still their primary residence, they still own the property on an annual basis, simply by a phone call. So perhaps we could incorporate some of that
Sounds like a
language in the
good idea.
veterans exemption into this exemption as well.
I'm seeing nodding. Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for Director Henson? Thank you, Director Henson.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Director Henson. Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Hanson, and I probably missed this, but how is primary residence established?
Director Henson, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, we address the term primary residence in both the veterans exemption rules and in the property tax refund program rules. And I don't have that right in front of me, but I believe it's that you must occupy the residence at least 6 months out of the year. And we simply ask that they sign an affidavit indicating such. On the veterans exemption, we also have a qualifier in there that states if the veteran and or spouse is in a assisted care facility, as long as no one else is still living in that home, it still continues to be considered a primary residence. So those are some things that we could iron out through the rulemaking process if you so desire.
And I think that it'd probably be better if we gave you explicit rulemaking authority on this, I'm pretty sure. So thank you, Director Henson. Assessor Huxtable.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Dixie Huxtable, Culvers County Assessor, and some of these questions just got asked that the assessors had. First one was backfilled. I presume this bill is not backfilled in any way. So this is a reduction of revenue.
To the counties.
To the counties and to the
As it
taxing
stands now, I
entities
think
involved.
so.
As it stands now, it's not backfilled. So that was just a clarification that I was asked to make formal. Second was the primary residence, which Director Henson just addressed. The other questions had to do with who occupies and owns. I think we could sort of address that with the same kind of document that she referred to with the veterans, but is there a time limit? This says homestead, and typically the questions we get when people call and ask, is there a homestead? How long do we have to have owned it and lived there? And this bill, as it's written, tends to say it's effective immediately when you own it. And if that's the intent of the legislation, we could administer that, but let's make sure if you're going to promulgate rules, is there intent that they had to be a resident for a certain amount of time? Do they have to own it for a certain amount of time? And do they have to occupy it for a certain amount of time? So we know as assessors who are going to be administering this, what we're looking at. And then lastly, on page 3, just some clarification in paragraph C. It says residential real property means real property improved by a family dwelling designed to home not more than 4 families, and includes not more than 1 acre of land where the dwelling is located if the land is owned by the owner of the dwelling. So if the land is bigger than 1 acre, is it not exempt? I mean, do they not get the credit? I don't think that's the intent. I think maybe, I don't know what your intent is, but that needs to be maybe clarified for some of us, because certainly land could be in, parcel could be more than 1 acre. And then making sure that mobile homes, if they don't own the land, mobile home in a mobile home park, for as example, would be qualified or not qualified. So those were just the questions that the assessors has at this point.
Those are really good questions. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pappas.
I do agree that we need to put some time limit, whether how long you've been a resident in Wyoming, but another issue as well is if you are a resident of Wyoming and met that whatever minimal time limit we put in, does that transfer to a new primary residence? Or does that, in other words, if you move every 2 years, do you still get that credit or that exemption, or is it tied to a one time? I think not, right? But I think we need to be clear somehow, either in rules or in that if you've met, if we put a 1 year or 3 year or 5 year requirement for residency before you get the exemption, then as long as you maintain residency in Wyoming, to me, it ought to transfer to any new residents that you might consider primary.
Okay, those are good questions. Ms. Huxtable, you got any? So,
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, not really. You tell us how you want the policy to be and we'll enforce.
So I think there's a policy issue about, do we want to give relief to all homeowners in the state of Wyoming, regardless of whether they came yesterday, or are we trying to backdate this? And I'm inclined to say this program, we just ought to give it to everybody, every single house. But that would make it easier. And then we would not have the problem if you move from one house to another. But Dr. Hallinan, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Huxtable, have you given some consideration to the poorer counties, how big of an impact this would have on, say, Niobrara County in terms of their budget? Thank you, Madam Chairman, or Mr. Chairman.
So Assessor Huxtable.
Chairman, Representative Hallinan, yes, we have. That was a comment that I was just getting to at the end. I'd kind of forgot that in my list. But yes, this could be a serious impact for some of those poorer counties that their average property value is certainly less than $250,000 potentially, and what kind of impact that would have to them with their revenue. So I have thought about it. I don't have a solution.
Especially counties that rely heavily on real estate taxes as opposed to mineral taxes. So fair question. And we are not backfilling in this bill. So that's why Jeremiah showed up. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In our property tax refund program, we do have a requirement of resident of this state for not less than 5 years. And I believe that's just filed in an affidavit. Is that correct, Assessor Huxtable? And would that be easy to apply to this as well?
Go ahead, Assessor Huxtable.
Senator Chairman Case, Representative Yen, I believe that's correct. We don't do the property tax relief program. That's somebody else, but I do believe it could be handled that same way with the same kind of affidavit.
So there's a fork in the road we got to talk about there. Director Henson, you wanted to weigh in? You can stay if you want. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, there's a reason I bring all this stuff with me. I found my rules for the property tax refund program. So I do have the definition. In that program for principal residence is the primary residence or domicile, the address of which may be reflected on the driver's license, federal income tax return, and/or voter registration. Portions of the said residence used for business purposes are not considered part of the principal residence. Property taxes deducted as an expense on the business program, and that relates to the requirements property tax refund. But then we've defined resident, so that's different than that it's the principal residence. So we've got a requirement of principal residence that you can use it on, but as far as the residency, the property tax refund program doesn't require that you be in the same residence. The resident is defined as just a person who physically lives in Wyoming for more than 1/2 of the year. However, no person shall be deemed to have lost residency by reason of absence of service in the military, naval service, those types of things. So I think we could incorporate some of the similar language in rules for the homestead exemption.
And we definitely want to give you rulemaking authority because our brains are mush right now. Anybody else want to weigh in on this bill? I don't see anybody else, so let's move on. Welcome, Mr. Riemann.
Good. Is it? Oh, it is good. Good afternoon.
It's almost 12 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I am Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, and Representative Hallinan went where I wanted to just bring up a couple of issues. We don't have a position on the bill, and certainly understand that this is a very viable option for providing relief to homeowners across the state and doing that very broadly, which is something I think we all are interested in. As was mentioned, there is no backfill for the impact of this particular option. And as your information shows from LSO, it's about $56.6 million per year if applied broadly. When I introduced this particular legislation to commissioners, they were very concerned about the disproportionate impact it would have on smaller rural counties, but let's be honest, if you do the math, it can have an impact on even some of our larger counties, depending on how much of their assessed valuation is based on residential. I did just a little bit of calculations for you to help you have a sense of what that could look like. And I'll just use a couple of counties. So Weston County, the median average home price is just under $200,000. So $50,000, you're taking off a quarter of the entire assessed value for that. For Weston County, 33% of their assessed value comes from residential property. If you look at Goshen County, which is just over $200,000 in terms of its median home price. That's, of course, again, right about a quarter of their values there. Residential makes up 38% of their entire assessed valuation, and it is the largest chunk of their entire assessed valuation in the county, higher than industrial, ag, and everything else. I also just looked at the residential for Natrona County here. 45% of Natrona County's entire assessed valuation is residential property. Pretty significant. And so for all of those, that generally means across the board 10% cuts just by taking this exemption. That may be able to be absorbed by some communities. I suspect it would be a very painful thing. It will be an incredibly painful thing in many of these counties that I've mentioned. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that you or encourage you to look at what that backfill looks like if you proceed with this particular option. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, questions for Mr. Riemann? Any questions? A couple things to point out. We will be backfilling the schools because they are participants in the school foundation program. So any loss in property taxes that come out of the county level would be made up at the state by the foundation guarantee. So remember that. That's 2/3 of the property value, but the impacts will accrue to the counties, which get 12 mills, the cities, which get 8 mills, and the special districts, including colleges and other things, conservation and more. So that's, I think, did your number net out the schools or not? Because I think it did, probably.
Mr. Chairman, I was trying to look just at the county portion.
Yeah, so that's just the 12 mills. So you can, if you kept everybody else whole, right? then it would be more than double that. Just so, Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I think we should have some consideration of what the types of backfills that are possible. And I'll just suggest one, which I probably think would not be popular, but if we allowed for the counties to have more than 12 mills, is that something that would be possible and or would be considered?
Remember, that's constitutional. But to you, Jeremiah, Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Chairman, it would require a constitutional change, so that is one part of the equation. But just like you, my members are trying to figure this out at the local level. A couple of counties this year did reduce the number of mills that they're assessing. Fremont County is one of those examples. Teton and Campbell have already had lower than the 12 mills. I don't know that offering another 2 mills to the counties solves the overall issue that we're trying to address here.
Anybody else? Any thoughts? So, I mean, frankly, when we get down to working this bill, and this is probably a deal killer. So, I mean, it'd be pretty hard to shove this down the counties. You all know that I'm right on that. So, so anyway, thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond. Who's next? Mr. Meyer, Assessor Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pat Meyer, again, Park County Assessor. I thought the homeowner's exemption was getting so close because we're all going up so much. Everybody in the state's going up so much. We're not going to get every dime we have, but we're still going to get as much as we were before. That was, I thought, the whole point. And the whole point we're using the homeowner's tax credit is because we already have it in statutes. We don't have to do anything else. So as everybody's going up, this isn't barely going to do anything for Park County. If it's like $330, people won't even notice it because their taxes are going up more than that this year again. So that's not a big thing, but it is a relief. I mean, everybody likes a little, I mean, 300, I kind of liked what the Department of Revenue's memo was, where she took what it was in the 80s and used inflation to get it up to like $432. That's a decent homeowner's exemption. And do you really have to give it to them every year? Can we vote on that every year? And you guys approve it. So if things don't start going up and they level off, which eventually I think they will in some spots, you don't have to pass that homeowner's exemption at that time. Anyways, that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Questions for Assessor Meyer? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In what has been the average increase in Park County since like 2017? I know I'm throwing out just a random question, but can you give a ballpark?
3 to 5% up till 2021.
And what has it been since then?
And now we're averaging 25%, but in a lot of areas, the range goes from 25 to 45% increases. This year, we're already, as of September 1st, we're already going up 19% countywide, with some neighborhoods going up to as much as 42%. That's what I'm trying to end.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Gay.
And I mean, this gets to the last testimony too. I mean, how much of that's occurring across the state, even rural counties, and maybe Ms. Huxtable and Mr. Divis, because they're the chairman. I mean, am I wrong with that? Because what they're missing with their analysis from the last testimony is that, unfortunately, because we're waiting to pass a constitutional amendment, I mean, it's going to continue, unfortunately, probably to go up. And so we're trying to catch up and say, okay, 50,000, we're going to say, is outside of that. We're going to exempt to try to create a medium-term Band-Aid, but unfortunately, this is continuing to go up.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, that is correct. You could put in a bill to remand it back to a different year, 2019. I mean, that's something other states have done. They've remanded it back when we had that big, huge, instead of starting off right where we're at. I mean, it could be done. I'm not sure if that's the way you want it, or maybe, Mr. Chairman, we should go back to Mr. Hallman's idea and just do it and put those caps in there right now.
See if you got the votes. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on this? Anybody? Anybody online? Committee, you've heard the testimony. What's your pleasure on, we got a motion by the co-chair. Is there a second? Got a second by Yen. Discussion.
Chairman, I got some amendments.
Let's hear it. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think First Amendment is just on the title of bill to change.
So let me just be clear. Are we trying to get a final bill for a vote today? Is that your
We're
plan?
trying.
Yep, I'm okay with that.
Sure?
That's
I thought
okay.
that was the plan, but I'll.
Okay, that's good. All right. It depends on how we put the amendments in form. It's important. Go ahead.
Well, mine are, they're kind of concept, but I think, okay, the first one, Mr. Chairman, is just to change Homestead, the title, to homeowners exemption. That's it.
Discussion?
Second.
Got a second by Yen. Any discussion? I actually think that makes a lot of sense because I think the Homestead thing is getting tangled up. Anybody have any heartburn with that? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Okay, back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, on page 2, members, just on that, it's in, and I'll talk to staff, but the $50,000, but not to exceed 25% of the fair market value. So it's going to go to $50,000 on a $200,000 home, right? But if you have a $50,000 home, you're not going to get, so you get up to 25% up to a max of 50,000. So that's my thought on it.
Is there a second? Is there a second? I got a second by Pappas. Josh, is there an equal protection argument on that?
That's the issue I think we want to.
Good question, Mr. Chairman. I'd have to think about it. I think since it phases in based on the value, you're likely okay. You're also, there's not really necessarily a protected class here or anything, but I'd think about it, Mr. Chairman, but I don't see anything right off the bat.
So back to the committee, discussion on the amendment.
Mr.
Who was that?
Chairman.
Representative Swinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what are we doing for our poorer counties?
This helps the poorer counties in the sense that if the property values are less in poorer counties, which I would expect, then people don't get the full $50,000 relief. They get 25% of the value up to $50,000. So take a $200,000 house in Weston County, it's a horse race. But if it's a $100,000 house, they're only going to get $25,000 in relief. So I think it helps poorer counties. If we do a backfill, which I think is also coming, that'll be what they need. But there you go. Anybody else? Anybody else? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. I think the ayes have it. Next amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I just be on page 3, members. I think probably it'd fit, Mr. Anderson, probably on line 3, just kind of a continuation, or maybe you want to put a new section and renumber, but the point is to really has been a citizen of the state of Wyoming for at least 10 years. That doesn't say a resident of that house. They could live in 10 different houses, but been a citizen of Wyoming for 10 years and live at least 6 months a year in the house. They don't live some other state for 10 months a year, but at least 6 months in Wyoming. So that's the motion.
Is there a second? Got a second by Schuler. Discussion. Baker.
I just have a question for the co-chairman. What's the requirement for the Hathaway scholarship when someone moves in from out of state to qualify for that? I'm just curious.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
I think it's just a graduate of a Wyoming high school. Now, that's a good question. We had that discussion. And And I remember Senator Scott said, you know, if they're moving to Wyoming so they can graduate from our high schools and send their kids to our university, it's probably not a horrible thing. So that died. I mean, we talked about that same thing, but this is a kind of a different.
Follow-up? Anybody?
Mr. Chairman.
We've got Pappas next, Senator Pappas.
I agree with provision. I'm not sure I agree with the 10 years. It seems like a bit long. You know, I'd be more comfortable with at least half that. And secondly, as far as the 6 months, I thought I heard testimony that may have been somewhere else in statute as well under primary residence.
I think that was
that
rules
Right.
possibly, but it,
or rules or wherever. So
Make an amendment to the amendment.
are you, well, no, I'm just wondering whether we're not conflicting with something else, but if it's just a rule, then certainly statute would take precedence, so.
okay, let's just would the bringer of the amendment consider that friendly to go to 5?
5 years, I think that's friendly, and that matches.
Everybody agree with that? Okay,
matches the
second
relief
agree.
program.
And what about the issue of I don't think it matters whether it's in statute or not, but it might be clearer for people that are trying to understand this program, and if it applies to them, to have it in statute about the 6 months. That's up to you. Representative Baker.
Just offering another perspective. I know that, so when you buy a house now, there's an exemption if you sell it, if you've been in it for the last 2 of the last 5 years. So I don't know, just for parity, if we could maybe consider that, because that just helps, and it also goes along with the primary residence as well, that, you know, when people move in and they purchase a property, or builders, for example, they build a new home, that's why you see a lot of builders occupy that home for 2 years, because then they're not taxed on the profit of it. So this 2 of the last 5 years standard is a pretty good standard that's followed in a lot of different things, but I don't know, would that be something that sponsor would
So
consider?
Representative Baker, I'm just trying to, that's a federal tax connection, the 2 out of 5 years.
Correct, Mr. Chairman, but just for parity, it might just, if there's going to be a standard for living in and occupying a residence.
But that means, I think, that they could have lived there 5 years ago for a year, 5 years back, then 4 years back, and they've been gone for 3 years, and they still get the exemption. I'm not sure we want that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, they still have to declare a primary residence, though. You can't move back and forth and play that game. You have to declare a primary residence, but.
Let's hear from the co-chair.
Well, I think, yeah, if that works, really 2 issues that I was looking at was really just Wyoming residents here, and that's 5 years now is how it's the amendment proposals. And then the other part, I was thinking of folks with residents in other states who maybe snowbirds or whatever, but only spend, or maybe this is almost kind of their second residence and they spend 2 months in Buffalo, Wyoming or something. That's all. I was just trying to get folks who are really Wyoming residents for most of the time.
Let's get other thoughts on
Like
this.
we've done in other programs. But
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Representative Yan.
Mr. Chairman, I think the 5 years is simple, and my preference would be to leave it that way and not make it too complicated. I think the 6 months is good, and I actually put that clause in the county optional property tax refund program. It does have a 6-month requirement too. And even if we edit the property tax refund program, I'd probably be for putting that 6-month requirement, because I think
It's clear.
this is to keep people from getting kicked out of their primary home, so they need to be living in it.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, ready for the question on the amendment? As I understand it, it's the 6 months remains. It's 5 years. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That's carried. Anything else on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I think towards the end, probably on line 22, maybe it's a new section to give the department rulemaking authority, I
Okay.
think is important.
Can we do that conceptually? Is there a second? Got a second by Pappas. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Mr. Chairman.
That's carried. Mr. Co-Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, one last one is propose a backfill from the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account for those counties that are doing the full 12 mills.
Ooh, tricky.
Well, I think Yeah, I think it's fair.
Oh, that's a good one. Is there a second? Jens, not jumping on that one. Pappas is on it. All right, discussion. Baker.
So just for the purpose of moving forward, so if this amendment is passed, we're going to vote on this bill in its final form again in November, or is LSL going to have a chance to come back with the amendment and give us kind of an idea of a fiscal note? Because I don't know that I'd feel comfortable with this amendment being in, really voting up or down on it, but.
Yeah. So let me say, well, there's a way out of that. All we have to do is, there's a precedential motion would be to table it to the next meeting after we finish the amendments. And that would be okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's not prejudicial. So, but Dean, how much is it going to cost?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Case, I don't know if I can tell you that right now, but I just was going to offer in the 2021 tax year, 21 out of 23 counties had the 12 mills.
Yeah.
So it may not have that big of an
I think it'd
impact.
be a friendly amendment to take that out of there. The 12 mils.
You're going to remove the 12 mil requirement?
I think, I'm really interested in the backfill.
Okay.
More than anything. So I don't worry about the 12 mils.
Okay. So is the second agreeable to pulling out the 12? Okay. We're back to, the only thing is that it's a backfill out of the LSRA. Is that contingent on the LSRA existing or?
Hardest working account in America.
Yeah, it seems good for right now, that's for sure. But we don't know the fiscal impact. So.
Well, it's 56 million a year.
Dean?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would offer is the additional requirements you're putting in there, it would tend to reduce the 56.6 million.
Okay, so it's something less.
I can't tell you what it would be, but.
This is the revenue committee for the state of Wyoming. That's peanuts, right? I'm just joking, everybody. I am totally joking. Don't take me wrong. Okay. There you go. There's the motion for the discussion. We've got Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think, obviously I support this bill. I think on the backfilling question, I mean, we have to learn that these things have to be shared. I mean, and the state is going to be, it's a 60-40 split from locals to schools. And so we're going to be doing that guarantee. The state's going to be doing that guarantee. And I'm open to a percentage on the local element. I agree that maybe a little bit of backfill, but 100% on the backfill. I just think we gotta be able to have some shared deal here. You know, I mean, 30 to 40% or something I think is reasonable, but doing 100%, I think it's a great concept, and I'm going to vote for the bill. But I just think on this cost share, this is one thing that the legislature really struggles with is that we have to be stewards, you know, on some of these things, and just saying we're going to backfill 100% of the loss from the locals, I just think is bad policy. I think it should be a percentage.
Thank you very much, Representative Gray. A way to get through this procedurally is go ahead and vote the motion up or down. Should the motion fail, you could bring an amendment to be a partial backfill. And that would get us through the day. So any further discussion?
Chairman, I just.
Back to you, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you. I just encourage the committee, I think, and I agree, I think, with what the representative said, but sharing that thing is fine, but there's not shared decision-making. And I think if you put this up to every local school board and every local county commission and say, okay, what do you think? Contingent on all of your approvals, might be different. So as we sit here and make decisions, I think we got to also share not only that part, but you got to share responsibility. And so I think that's really important with it. And so, you know, and I get it, you know, the school thing's going to be covered on the back end. So you can say, well, you're just going right hand to left hand, but it also is a narrative, because then you're going to increase the school deficit by 40 million statewide. And you say, oh, we're overfunding schools, we got cut, or, you know, and then you get into, we raise taxes, do we do, and we're in this hole on the back end. We're sending these signals from our positions on something that we did. And so I think we want to make sure we want to solve this problem, but in the meantime, not create other problems. And that's all I'm trying to do with this backfill is solve this problem. We can do it. And,
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coachum. Good discussion by everybody. Anybody else on the issue of backfilling, which is now at 100%? So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? I think the ayes have it. So Director Henson, before we, this better be good. It will be.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would ask, since the motion passed, that perhaps you incorporate some reporting requirements similar to the veterans exemption that requires assessors to report to the Department of Revenue so that we can calculate what that total impact is. And currently, the veterans exemption is funded via the state treasurer's budget, but that's just the follow-up on the funding.
Stay close. Stay close. You're now our 15th member. Okay, we've got a motion by the co-chair about the reporting requirements. We've got a second by Yen. Discussion. You would help the staff come up with the reporting requirements language? Okay. All those in favor of the reporting requirements signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Anything else on this bill? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson pulled up the language on the, and I'm not sure if that was covered in the previous amendment, but I think we have the language on making the ease of reporting on for individuals that have claimed the exemption. So on page 2, line 14, after the end of that sentence there, residents, I would add an amendment: after filing a sworn claim pursuant to this section, in subsequent years, the claimant shall remain qualified for the tax exemption provided by this section if the claimant contacts the assessor's office by telephone, mail, or other communication method on or before the 4th Monday in May and confirms that the claimant continues to meet the requirements set forth in this section.
Okay, is there a second? Got a second by the co-chairman. Is that acceptable to the assessors? Try to nod if you can, one way or the other. Okay, looks good. Any discussion?
Question.
Got a question being called? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Anything else on this bill? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick fix, and I don't even think it needs to be an amendment, just making sure we have homeowners throughout the bill instead of homestead exemption. There's 6 or 7 times it's mentioned.
Did everybody catch that? Was that the understanding of the previous motion? I think that was, so thank you for double checking us.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Anderson.
I just looking at the bill, and as I noted, this was done relatively quickly based on a previous draft for another legislator, but the definition of residential real property, that term is actually not used anywhere in the bill, so we could delete that.
Will you look for a motion to get rid of it? I think Yen just made one, didn't you?
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion by Yen and a second by the co-chair. He's taken over. Any further discussion? Do the assessors agree? Let's take a timeout. Just everybody agree that that's not necessary? I think we got agreement. Okay, who has discussion? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In concept, I like this, but I'm worried we're putting additional, with the backfill mechanism, that's good for the counties and as it should be, but in my time in the legislature, which is limited, we have these discussions. We can't afford this, we can't afford that. We should put the food tax back on.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because I need to be clear about something in my mind, housekeeping, if that's okay. We didn't vote on the removing of the real property yet. So can we take care of that motion? Because you're talking on the bill, right? Okay, so if I can have you hold for just a second. The motion to remove the definition of real property, is that correct, Josh?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's residential real property, so it'd be page 3, lines 15 through 21, and again, that term isn't used anywhere in the bill, so the definition doesn't need to be there.
And looking in the audience at the Department of Revenue and Ms. Huxtable, I think they agree. Stop me if I go too far. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Any other amendments on the bill? Okay, general statements on the bill. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm going to be a no vote. In premise, I like the bill. I worry about the backfill, which Chairman Case previously alluded to. We're going to be backfilling anyway for our schools. But in my original thought process on this bill, it's become painfully clear that we're putting more burden on the state funds, and I think in time it will reveal that our poorer counties, this might negatively impact them in other ways with unintended consequences. So I'll be a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Anybody else want to get between now and lunch? No, it's okay. I didn't mean it that way. We can stay as long as you need. Any other statements? Any other thoughts on the bill? You're reaching for that microphone, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say I think this is a great landmark bill. I think it's really good to get a Band-Aid on here. I think the backfill could do some work in the session. I won't be there, but I think we can get to a percentage that's a little closer to reality. And again, that's the reimbursement to the counties for their loss in revenue. But I think this is a really good in getting an intervening Band-Aid because of this constitutional things that, it's going to take till 2024 and then the 2025 session. So we're looking at mid-2025. So I just want us to look at the big picture and see. I think there's still some work to be done in the details on the cost sharing on this, but I think this is a really good thing for our state. So thank you.
Thank you. You can just illustrate your position by the vote too, but Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think the backfill conversation is something that I'm happy to continue into the session. One thing that I'll note is that by having this language in the bill, when it's introduced, we'll have a nice, good statement of how much it is going to cost us. And so we can have that conversation with having an actual number that we can work with. So that'll be great.
Fair enough. Any other comments? Any other discussion? Sensing we're done, how about calling the roll on the bill and we'll go to lunch?
Senator Baldwin. Senator James. Senator Pappas. Senator Schuler. Representative Baker. Representative Gray. Representative Hallinan. Representative Henderson.
Henderson's outside. Always getting families after about 4 years.
That was kind of scary, but keep going.
Representative Jennings. Representative Roscoe. Representative Sweeney. No. Representative Yen.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Harshman. Aye. Chairman Case.
Aye.
That passes.
Thank you very much, Emily. So everybody, we've got still some morning to finish in the afternoon. And Mr. Co-Chairman is going to be very anxious to get out of here early because of the football game tomorrow night. So please give him indulgement. He's got some last minute fixing up to do, I think.
Hayes in the barn.
The hayes in the barn. Okay, so I'm not going to be here this afternoon. I've got a flight to a legislative meeting, so I apologize. And carry on. You've done some great work. Thank you, staff. Come back in an hour. Can we get in and out in an hour? So 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, sorry.